Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here. Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here, oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kengan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Those one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quick to trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Legend.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Our final day of 2025 right here. And we're starting early because we have a ton of action. Let me just tweet out the link here. Huge amount of action. 15 bets. I got 15 bets in college basketball. I'm attacking. A little blurry. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see if we can fix this. All right. There, clear. We rock. Rocking Richard Pryor for our last day of 2025. Let's see. We clear? Tell me we're clear. Still blurry? God damn. This is not what I need. Little stressed out right now. I see it clear here. It should be clear on here in a second. Let me just copy and paste this and let's roll. Thank you guys for joining us. Happy New Year's Eve to all of you. God, we're going to have action tonight. Action today. Action starting off fast and furious. We're not going to have the graphics off of the hop, but we're going to have... we're not going to have graphics off the hop, but they will be coming here very, very soon. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Ella. Okay, in the fridge would be great. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. I have a sick son, Ella, leading the way here in the house to take care of everything. It's a little, what's the right word? Discombobulated. Okay, thank you guys for joining us. Let's get right into the action at hand. Tell me, it looks blurry here on this, but I don't see blurry here on my screen. It shouldn't be blurry. Tell me we're not blurry and let's roll. Okay, let's get after it. Thank you guys for joining us. Got Justin Mcelvy in the house, Wembanyama and Jamal Murray. Justin, I've not heard from Durrell. I hope he's good. I don't know if he's good. I've not heard from Durrell. If you're around, would be nice to have you rock NBA with me. We got Goracle in the house hammering away. Jacob, Kripke, John Butler. We got Saturated and F. Donahue gifting Pub Sports Radio membership. F. Donahue so close to winning the Cappers contest. We're cheering for you, F. Donahue, my man. Nasty Nate in the house. There is Spooner, Wine Time Sports. We are thinking of you, Wine Time. We know how close it is. Spooner in the house with his action. Let's get this all copied and pasted. We are thinking of Wine Time. Going to be a father at any minute. At any minute. Well, he already is when you're this far along, but you'll be able to hold your baby here any minute. The Sweaty Butcher in the house. Thank you guys for joining us. Bill Siebert. You know what, Justin? Let's just lock you in and book it. So this is what we're doing. We have 17 minutes. I've made 4 bets on the 12 p.m. slate for college basketball. Then we got to get into college football, the ReliaQuest Bowl in 17 minutes. Then we're gonna hammer the Rangers Capitals game, and then Justin, if you could join us for Warriors Hornets then next. So that'll be in like 25 minutes. Then I'm going to go hammer the college basketball. Then we're going to hammer some college football. Daby Cab's going to join us for the quarterfinals. So let's roll. Let's just roll and attack. Thank you guys for joining us. Happy New Year's to all of you guys. Happy New Year's Eve. Let's attack. Let me make sure I got everything that I need here. Let's get Justin's action. And then we'll get the Goracle's action. And now you guys will hear my action. Again, apologies for not having the graphics. Things are a little up in the air right now. Now, there will be graphics. Jose is working furiously. But let's roll. We start with the Loyola Chicago Ramblers at Rhode Island. The Rams. We're at Thomas M. Ryan Center in Kingston, Rhode Island. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow for these 12 p.m. games. I've moved on 4 of them. First off, let's talk Ramblers here and get this set up. 16 minutes. So lots of time. We're not going to spend too long on these breakdowns here. If you like them, run with them. If you don't like them, fade them. Do whatever you find necessary. Also, we're going to be able to bet live throughout these afternoon games. And Sweaty Butcher in the house. It's great to see you, man. Thank you guys all for being here. Okay, take a deep breath and let's attack. I have 15 bets on this college basketball slate. I put a little bit too much time into college basketball and not enough into the other sports today. But you know what? I was pumped up and wanted action. 15 bets I've got. 15 bets. I've only made, God, we don't have time to talk about this, but I've only made 64 bets all year. Today I'm betting like 20% by action. My year's action. We'll see how it goes. So let's start with Rhode Island. Neither team has played in a while. A lot of these teams haven't played. A lot of these teams are coming back. Some teams that I'm betting on have played, against a Div 3 team just to kind of warm up here. Loyola Chicago being a major disappointment this year. They're both opening up their A10 accounts here. Loyola finally coming off a win. It's hard for this team to win basketball games. They did take out the Santa Clara Broncos. It was in Santa Cruz, California, where my family is from. Shout out to Santa Cruz, California. So, look, I understand Loyola is playing poor basketball. Maybe they got a little, maybe they gained some confidence going up against Santa Clara and getting a victory. But they know they're playing poor basketball. They know that they're 4-9. Rhode Island has not played since beating up on back-to-back kind of weaklings. They took out Northeastern Huskies, who I don't think is that bad. Northeastern's not that bad of a basketball team. And then before that, they comfortably took out Canisius. This is a team that hasn't played since the 22nd, and Loyola knows how bad they're playing. Loyola knows that they can change the storyline here as they begin their conference season. So I moved on Loyola Chicago, but I moved on Loyola Chicago in the first half, and there's been heavy line movement. I didn't realize this got all the way down to a 7.5 30 minutes ago. It's back at 9.5, so obviously it got that down to the 7.5, and Rhode Island was hammered. But I moved on the Ramblers first half plus 5.5. So that is my spot, and I got the 5.5. Let's just see what the first half is right now. It's down to 4.5 at some books. I'm looking at a 5. Now, unfortunately, I didn't beat there's one line move that went pretty heavy against me. But I'm on Loyola Chicago. First half plus 5.5 at minus 114. That's how I'm starting off today's card. This game pops off in 12 minutes. Let's move on to the next spot on the board for me. Another game popping off in 12 minutes. I'm on the Earl Sports Bets Brothers, East Carolina Pirates in Greenville, North Carolina. I've got the half up here. This line is also looks like it is. Is it moving against me? They're very lukewarm favorites. I got the 1.5 here on them. Right now, there's a 2. That's not good. It just moved to 2 16 minutes ago. This got down to a pick'em at 7:43 in the morning, and that impressed me. That appealed to me. Let's get the. And we're going to get in that football game here very, very quickly. I'm just we're going to get into that football game in 3 minutes. And look at that. Look at Jose already getting the graphics going. What a beast he is. He did not know that the show was starting early. I made that decision early this morning. And of course, malleable as can be. Look, Tulane's 9-4. They are a basketball team that's traveling to East Carolina, a basketball team who's only played one road game all year against the Ragin' Cajuns. They've not traveled, and now they have to face East Carolina at 12 p.m. Eastern. This is not a good spot for Tulane. It's not a good spot, and that's why you're seeing this line that if you look at the body of work of these two teams, it may not make sense. It's because the statistical profile of the Tulane Green Wave are all in these cozy, comfortable home spots. Look what East Carolina is coming off of. Yes, both teams haven't played in a long time, but East Carolina just lost to North Carolina 99-51 on the 22nd, 9 days ago. They've been sitting in that embarrassing loss for 9 days. I love the spot here for the East Carolina Pirates. I'm on them plus 1.5 at minus 110. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board and then at least have 7 or 8 minutes to talk of football here. So, let's move over here. Next spot on the board for me, game 3 here is Mercer Bears versus the Furman Paladins. Now, here's another spot that I really like Mercer's first half opportunity. And I could have betted an OK line full game last night, but I knew I only really wanted them first half. You have a Furman team that's beating everybody in sight, beating everybody comfortably, playing at an elite level of basketball for this school against a Mercer team that had a really tough road trip. Clemson, Central Florida, UCF, Washington State, 3 very, very difficult road games, and they lost them all, and they were in each and every one of the games. I mean, they only lost to Clemson by 7 points. So they've had a warm-up game. They had a warm-up game. On Sunday, they played Baptist Florida Eagles. It's a Div 3 school, but it was just a warm-up for them. They were up 62-18 in the first half. I think that Furman feels very good about themselves, and Mercer first half is live. I am on them. I got Mercer first half. Let's see what I got. Mercer first half up. I got Mercer first half +2 at -106. Right now we have, Mercer full game is down to 2.5. Ooh. I like that. The first half is only down to 1.5. I mean, I could have got Mercer +4 last night, and I almost did. It was just that I wanted them first half and first half only. Yes. No, I moved on East Carolina Pirates full game, but the first half, makes a lot of sense. It probably makes more sense than the full game. It probably does, looking back at the cap now, but I moved on them full game. And then my final spot for the 12 p.m. Games is the line that has moved against me heavily, unfortunately. I'm on East Texas A&M. I got the 4 this morning. Wow, and even, it moved to 5.5, a huge move against me with Lamar versus East Texas A&M. We're going to get into that football game here in less than a minute. But let's just talk about this spot here. This is my final 12 p.m. games. As I said, we're going to be moving very, very quickly through these afternoon opportunities. But the way I see this here is Lamar is feeling good about themselves. They snapped their losing streak. This is situationally the type of bet that I really like to make. They go into Northwestern and they beat the Northwestern State Demons, who are 3-9, not a good basketball team. Lamar shoots 57% from the field and beats them up on the glass, gets up to a 24-point lead, dominates the first half, takes their foot off the gas, and they feel very good about themselves, the Lamar Cardinals. One of the trends that AM uses all the time is when a team snaps their losing streak, or snaps a streak, just not to believe in it here. And I don't. And what did East Texas A&M do to start off their post-Christmas break? They got completely embarrassed, absolutely dominated at home by SF Austin. They lose 75-48. If I was their coach, I sharpen chopsticks and slap everybody in the face and decide which larynx I'm just going to slit quietly. You can't open up your post-Christmas action by getting dominated at home in front of your fans. It's the perfect angle to back them. Looking back now, I probably should have taken East Texas A&M first half. Maybe all of these bets should have been taken first half. Rod Zawacki is on Lamar in away or neutral games after win by 10 points or more, 10-1 against the spread on that trend. And Rod is betting against Tulane, which I love to see, in away or neutral games on the money line after a game where they made 78% of their free throws or better. I love all of this. So there we go. Those are the 4 college basketball games that are starting in 6 minutes that I'm on. So I'm on East Texas A&M +4. That line's moved against me. I'm on East Carolina full game +1.5. That's kind of stayed. I'm on Loyola Chicago first half +5.5. That line's moved in my favor. And I'm on Mercer first half +2. That line has moved in my favor. And then trend against me for the A&M Lions has bet against East Texas A&M on the money line. Now, you can get the points. I haven't lost 4 or 5 of their last 6 games. East Texas A&M record since the 2025 season, 1-15. I wonder, Rod Zawacki, if we on this, how many of those games they covered, because we know the East Texas A&M Lions are generally dogs here. But they're generally losing by 11 points. So it's 1 trend for me, 2 against me. Great to have you in the chat, Rod. All right, let's talk about the ReliaQuest Bowl, Iowa Hawkeyes.
At the number 15 Vanderbilt, Jimmy just popped out for a second. We'll have him back in a moment. As you guys can see, we're still making graphics over here.
What the hell just happened? Jesus. I don't know what the hell just happened there, but we're back. Blurry is like old times. Jose, like old times. Thank you for rocking here. Okay, let's get back to business here. Wine Time saying I'm on Iowa in every way and fading Pavia props. 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes to still get our action in here in this one. So let's set the table and stay calm. We can also bet live 4 minutes now until this game pops off. We have Vanderbilt. We've had this huge move towards Iowa. This opened up with Vanderbilt -7, dropped to 6.5 to 5.5 to 4. This was all on December 7th, the day this line came out. Then it moved back up to 6.5, then back down to 4. Then it did it again, moved back up to 6, and then back down now to 3. So a big move towards the Hawkeyes. From a total standpoint here, we have a 46.5. This total opened up at 47.5, and on that first day it became available, climbed up to 49.5. Then it dropped heavily down to 45. We've seen it's gone up about 1.5 here. Wagers has grabbed Iowa money line at +170 this morning. It's now down to +135. Got to feel good about that spot. Kong is backing Pavia here. The coolest pod. Nice to have Nick Frazier rock with us. Says, give me Vandy and the cover. So we got Nick Frazier here. Backing Vandy -3. So let's take a look at the cash flow here for this huge football game here. Our next one is the Sun Bowl, Arizona State, Duke. That's not till 2 p.m. 68% of the tickets, 66% of the cash is on Iowa. 55% of the tickets and 63% of cash is on the under. And this is one of the rare bowl games where we're going to have these teams pretty much at full strength. So it's nice to have that. Vandy had a chance to get into the college football playoff, did not get there. And of course, Pavia was the runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. And we all know what happened there. Not very good media for the young man. Eli Stowers is the only opt-out here for the Commodores, who had this incredible season for their program. Iowa, we know that our guy Wine Time's been backing Iowa throughout this whole year. They played tough football games. Okay, sweet. Kong, yes. So that's perfect. That's great. So jump on in about, let's see here. Jump on in probably in an hour and 10 minutes or so. Jose will send you the link. Thank you, guys. BJ in the house, Iowa +6, Ohio State -9.5. The two best bets here. So here we go. Let's dive deeper into. Sorry, let me go back to my notes here for the game. So as I said, Iowa was such a tough out all year, man. They played some really tough teams. Franz says that there's no opt-outs. We had 1-score games for Iowa State, Indiana, Oregon, and USC. This team was extremely strong. Single digits they held teams to 4 different times. We know that they're a defensive first team, but Gronowski did help the offense. This wasn't as anemic as an offense as we remember. And I believe that this move towards Iowa makes perfect sense here at Raymond James Stadium. Makes perfect sense. Now, has it moved too far? Probably. Goracle says, my logic is Iowa plays defense. We have BJ who got Iowa +6. Wine Time says Diego will not be drafted. Big Joe Betts is on Vandy, Iowa first half under 22.5. Wine Time says Vandy won't score more than 20 points. No, I've not made a move on this spot. I've not made a move on this spot. I mean, I could. For me, it was difficult to. We know that Pavia is getting absolutely hammered in the media, and I was hesitant. Look at the 6, it made sense. Now that it's down to 3, and all of the negative press that Pavia has been getting. Even Robert Franklin getting the 4.5, I'm fine with. And John Butler fading the line move, Andy minus 3.5. When it came down to it for me, and look, we're going to be able to bet live. I got my account ready to go at any time. Let's take a look at what the weather they're dealing with here in Raymond James Stadium in Tampa, Florida. It's cool for this, very cold for Tampa. Wow. But beautiful still. 54 Fahrenheit. Wind is 6 miles per hour. It's sunny. Saturate says 47.5 seems like a ton of points for an Iowa game. It does seem like a ton of points for an Iowa game. But again, this total creeping up so late, that does concern me. I'm looking at a very sharp book here that has moved the total up today from 45.5 to 47.5. Now, they did move it all the way up to 48 too, and it's come back a little bit. I just I just felt that there was conflicting things here. If I was comfortable fading Pavia after all of this negative media, I would. Yeah, it is beautiful. Perfect football weather. So, no, I'm not moving pregame on Iowa, Vanderbilt. Nothing for me here. The money splits, I just mentioned them, John, but I'll mention them again. 68% of the tickets and 65% of the cash is on Iowa. 55% of the tickets and 62% of cash is on the under. I will leave money on the table, not taking the ass end of a line. So that's the first point. And then I was hesitant writing off Pavia here as well. So I'm off that one. But I did hammer those 4 college basketball games, which are off and racing. Let's move on to NHL here. We have one. We're just going to talk the one game in NHL. We're going to close the show with NHL, but we have a game popping off at 12:30 p.m. The New York Rangers at the Washington Capitals. So let's get all of this set up here for the starting goalie confirmations. Go over the injury report. Then we're going to have Justin Mcelvy jumping on with me for Warriors Hornets, which is great. Thank you, Justin. Then we'll roll into the college basketball game. So I have 11 more bets. We'll run through them quickly before we go back into college football. We'll have Kongs Klips and Daby Cab for college football. Daby Cab just hammering that final game. But we have Johnny Quick confirmed against Charlie Lindgren. Johnny Quick, Charlie Lindgren confirmed here for New Year's Eve action. Backups playing, goaltenders that we don't trust. Now, you could say, look at Johnny Quick's numbers. They're phenomenal. And they are. And it's hard to trust them. 3-5-1, 1.78 goals against average, 937 save percentage, 1 shutout. It's hard to believe it here. Now, what we can believe is that Charlie Lindgren's been bad. 3.07 goals against average with an 888 save percentage. And that's with a team that really does play well defensively in front of him. We've only seen him once in the last 2 weeks as well. So as much as I don't believe the numbers of Johnny Quick, I believe the numbers of Charlie Lindgren, and those numbers tell me that he is trash. Let's take a look at the injury report and the setup for these two lineups and talk about the line history as well as the cash flow. I don't care as much about the cash flow. All right, we're off and racing in Iowa, Vandy as well. We're off and racing, so we'll be discussing if we want live action. Also, we've got our college basketball bets in, so we'll be discussing if we're going to be moving live on those. Let's talk about this line history here in Rangers Capitals, as well as discuss how these two teams are playing and go over their injuries. First off, we have the Capitals minus 147. Minus 147. They opened up at minus 155. It went down to minus 134. So there was a big move towards Rangers, and then there's been buyback towards the Capitals. There was a 10-cent move towards the Washington Capitals 2 minutes ago. So they're up to minus 147 now. So a 10-cent move 2 minutes ago. This total is a 5.5 or a 6. If it's a 6, it's juiced to the under. If it's a 5.5, it's heavily juiced to the over. I'm looking at minus 135 to the over, which means that 15 cents of movement have taken place. It's difficult to trust an under when both backup goalies are in. The Rangers here are a very difficult team to trust. They've been a difficult team to trust now going on 2 seasons. Somehow Drury still has his job as general manager. And, he's put this team together that appears to be quite soft. It's the 5th game now of a road trip for the Rangers, but they went home after the Carolina game, we were told. So it's not quite as bad as it sounds. This is the final game of the road trip too. The problem is that they have the look ahead here versus the Panthers. This game on Friday is big. It's let's just pull this one up here. The look ahead on Friday, the Winter Classic. That's why Shesty's not in net. Is that coming to play? The Winter Classic coming up on Friday, Lone Depot Park. I don't know if it. I'm not so sure that it is, but it's important to know that that's what's on deck here. For these New York Rangers. For the Capitals, they're a team that I can trust. And I could probably look past, Charlie Lindgren being in net as well. They're a team that's really scuffling right now. So you're going to get as attentive and accountable Capitals team as there is. I just don't believe in the hockey team. And I haven't for a long time. And now we're seeing them losers of 4 or 5, not playing well. They haven't won in regulation since they've won once in regulation. Look at that. Once in regulation over their last 9 games. Coming off that 5-3 loss at Florida. And this is the first of a back-to-back. I mean, what we usually get here are sleepy hockey games. When it starts early, it's a divisional matchup, so these teams care. That's the usual setup for this. And then JT Miller on the IR. There's not much toughness and want on this Rangers team. And you take him off, and there you go. You lose even more of it. We have Adam Fox on IR. I know that he's close to returning. He's been activated, so he's going to play here. So now you have the star defenseman coming back in his first game back, obviously setting himself up to play in the Classic. And then you have no JT Miller. Rod Zwacky says bet against Rangers on the money line. And there we go. We have a touchdown. Live moves are being made here in college football. Let me see what the hell's happening here. We have 7-0 Iowa 2 minutes in. Leave it to the market, that late huge move to the over. Probably should have been backed by us. Vandy now plus 2.5. Vandy now plus 2.5. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Kingu in the house. Great to see you. Happy New Year's. Nasty Nate moving live on Vandy plus 2.5. And Spencer Rick says, Iowa already on the board. Rod Zwack says, bet against New York Rangers on the money line when they score 2 or less goals. Rangers record during the 2026 season, 3-20. Let's take a look at the injury report and what's been going on with these Washington Capitals. God, I don't want to trust them. But this Rangers lineup with the star player returning and losing JT Miller. I mean, the problem with the Capitals is down the middle of this center group has become very weak. Sardif, Strome, Dowd, and Lapierre. I mean, is there any surprise that they're struggling? I don't want to back a team that's won once in regulation over their last 9 games as a favorite at this magnitude. And look how high scoring these games have been. This is not the Capitals we remember. The last 3 games, we've seen 25 goals scored. And one was at home versus New York in that 7-3 game. Look, there's nothing I want there. Coin saying Michigan's going through the 6 currently at some books. We're going to talk about that soon. Dougie Wise has the free bands play of the day here on the Hurricanes plus 10 at minus 117. Let me get that copied and pasted. Thank you, Dougie Wise. Okay, so I'm not moving on that hockey game. It doesn't appeal to me at all. I don't want in. I don't want in. I want out, man. If I had a free bet, I would probably move on the Capitals on the -1 line. But again, something we talk about often is a proof of concept. And so you say, well, this is why I'm doing it, and this is where this is how it's worked in the past, whether it be with that team or another team. All right, let's roll. Dizzy Donut, thank you for the kind words. Our final day of 2025, and we're going to get into the early NBA game now. Golden State Warriors at the Charlotte Hornets. Let's get this all set up here. Let's get the shoot-around information set up here as well, and let's set the table. I know what I want to do in this game. Rod Swag says, bet under the total in Rangers games when they score 2 or less goals. The under record during the 2026 season, 22-1 or 25-26 season. I love the look. I love the look. That I guess if I had a free bet, that would be it. It would be the under 6. But even so, you take the captain out of the lineup, you bring back the star defense. There's just a lot going on that makes me exceedingly uncomfortable. All right, let's set up our next spot on the board here. And again, we're switching to the NBA where we're having an excellent season. And these things can turn very quickly. So let's just Michigan plus 5.5 in the pocket. Rod Zwacky taking 2-1 exact score. Washington for pizza money there for Rod Zwacky. And that makes sense. Makes sense, but I'm going to stay off of it. Let's roll here. Let's start with the line history and the injury report for both of these teams here. We got this game popping off in 47 minutes, so not long from now. We have a pretty healthy Golden State Warriors basketball team, and we can't say the same about Charlotte. The issue really is that Plumlee and Kalkbrenner are out. Now, it's not like the problem is that this is a team that doesn't have a lot of depth, with bigs, and that's what we see here. Shout out to Big Zo. Says late money equals smart money. Says Happy New Year and to all of us and the Hawkeye fans everywhere. Look, no doubt about it. And that move to the total, and then Iowa scores 2 minutes in. So thank you so much for your dono. Thank you guys all, man. This having the direction that this opportunity of capping with you guys every day gives me so much. Gives me so much. I'm so thankful. I don't take it lightly, and I love capping with you, Big Zo. All right, let's roll here and set this line history up. So I had a plan for this basketball game. Sorry, my computer moving a little bit slowly here. Come on. Okay, here we go. All right. Golden State Warriors just 7-12 on the road this year. The Charlotte Hornets 7-9 at home. Now the Warriors are healthy, but for the Hornets, as much as I was saying that it hurts not having Kalkbrenner and Plumlee out, I mean, it probably, you could say it hurts much more not having, Miles Bridges in. He was questionable earlier, downgraded to doubtful. So he's not going to be here. He's dealing with the right ankle sprain. So these hurt, but at least you have the superstars at guard for the Hornets to keep you in this game. And also the Hornets know all eyes are on them. And we also have a Warriors team that's been on the road here. This is their third game in 4 nights. It's not easy for them at all. And they get to go home after this. They're getting on a plane right after this and thinking about New Year's Eve. That's not easy. They have Oklahoma City as well waiting for them on Friday. This is a bad spot for them. I don't know how else to see it. It's a bad spot for them. Goracle saying Pavia got sacked. I love it, guys. Go get it. Go get it. So I've wanted the Hornets nonstop. It's never changed. The line was moving towards the Hornets, and when I was about to bet them, it moved to the Warriors. Now it's come back, but there was a full point move at 10 in the morning here towards the Warriors. We have a bunch of our cappers jumping on last minute notice here for me on New Year's Eve. The show is just pretty wild with all this afternoon action. We were all focused on Bankroll Blitz last night. Please welcome our next guest coming in to rock with us, and he's going to rock with NBA when we do the full card here right after college basketball and college football. Which won't be long from now. But please welcome star of the Peter Loshak show on Tuesday, started betting with the bag on Fridays, and the star of the Stacks Play Today. Please welcome, for the last time in 2025, our guy Justin Mcelvy in the house. Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, man. How was your Christmas with the fam?
Oh, I ain't got no complaints. New grandbaby, so just enjoying the holidays, being a times 3 grandpap. That's all.
Oh, congratulations. A granddaughter or grandson?
Granddaughter.
Granddaughter. Nice. What's her name?
I ain't hear you.
Oh, what's her name?
Jeanette Damon.
Oh, beautiful, man. Oh, congratulations.
Only my son would give my middle name with a boy's middle name, but
I love it, man. It's original.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah. Congratulations, man. That's wonderful news. The McKelvey family growing, and that's what we want, man. Congratulations. That's a great Christmas present right there. Am I wrong to think that this is a terrible spot for the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, it is. It's a horrible spot. I just can't bet the Hornets. I got to play in this game, though. Like, once you asked me, I put a quick couple plays together for y'all.
58% of the tickets on Charlotte and 63% of the cash. Now, I don't want that. 78% tickets on the under and 80% cash on the under. But it is possible. As, what we're getting from these books here with the Wager Talk Odds Logic page is a sharper representation of action, generally speaking. When you go to the Action Network, it's a much wider range of books, and there's a lot of public action coming in. So let's see what they have for us in NBA, because if they have heavy Warriors action, they do. 76% of tickets, 75% of cash. That's what I want to see. I think the Hornets are the bet here. I think the Hornets are the bet. Now, Saturated says when Diabate is starting at the 5, it's not a good thing. No, it's not. It's not. And there's some concerns about depth. I want to go over the depth for Charlotte here with Kalkbrenner out, as well as Plumlee out. So why don't we hear from you while I pull this up? Take it away, Justin, your plan of attack here for game 1, and this game popping off in 41 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny that this was the first game, and I didn't even know I was coming on here, but I got action in this game. I'm on the side or total. But one thing we know is, and adding New Year's Eve to the equation, Steph loved going back to Charlotte and playing ball. For some reason, like, he got his folks there. He from down there, went to school in, Davidson at first. So he just loved playing ball every time he go back to Charlotte. And the last game, he only had 21, so I wanted to stay away from his points, but I'm on his over 4.5 threes. Got that at minus 112 at Bet Rivers.
Steph over 4.5 threes. Do you say that was plus 112?
No, minus 112.
Minus 112. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That makes sense. This is a tricky spot. They're coming off the 120-107 victory at Brooklyn. Again, it's their third road game of 4 nights with constant travel.
That's why I don't want to be on the Warriors.
Yeah.
It just look like this is the game that they pack it in, but I don't know. I just have a hard time getting behind the Hornets. But it seemed like this is a Curry masterclass and lose type game.
God, this is just, I don't understand. Like, I couldn't even, the only thing you could tell me about this basketball game is, they rested Jimmy Butler and Steph against Brooklyn. But they didn't. They didn't rest anybody.
Mm-mm. But they blew them out.
They did. So there was, so no one played more than Jimmy Butler's 31 minutes, and everybody played.
But if you look at that, they didn't blow them out to the second half. The first half, Nets covered first quarter and first half that game.
Yeah, you're right.
And it was weird that the Warriors, the one that still had the legs in the second half that game, they was coming off a back-to-back against when they came on with the Nets. So it was wild that it opened up at 3, and then because everyone thought Steph wasn't going to play because he played the previous night. But then you come out off a back-to-back, they get announced in, the spread doubles. And I don't know if they lost it, but I do know that the Nets covered first quarter, first half. So it's like you would think that the Warriors would have ran out of the gas the second half, but it seemed like they went to halftime and ate protein bars or something.
Huh. And again, if we're talking about a team that's been traveling nonstop, is going home for New Year's Eve, is all this stuff going on, I think you have to fade them full game. As much as I wouldn't mind a double up first half and full game, I feel like the full game is the only thing that should be bet. Steph Curry over 4.5 threes. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bet this right now. Saturated says Hornets early. Look, I'd like to be there for that as well, but if I think that, it's third game of 4 nights and it's a tired group, then let's just take another look at what the Hornets have been going through the last little bit here. They've not been playing at all. This is a rested squad. Okay, I'm gonna make a move.
Have you looked at the Warriors team total under?
I've not. I think that makes sense. Let's go over what's going on with the total.
It was something that I first had underlined when I first started capping the game this morning. And I'm like, damn, all these games, you just blew out the Nets, travel, sleepy spot for the holiday. I'm like, team total under. I had to underline, but it's hard to bet a team total under with the Warriors playing the Hornets.
My first concern is here we have 78% of tickets, 80% of cash on the under. So the gamblers, and this is, odds logic, so the gamblers expecting the sleepy spot that we're talking about, and yet this total has gone from 231.5 up to 235, just dropped to 234.5. So it's probably the smart way of doubling down here. It's probably the smart way of doubling down is taking the Warriors team total under. Man, that makes a lot of sense.
What is it right now that you see the best number?
Let me move over here. I'm sure I can. I think this makes a lot of sense. Shout out to our guy AOD, a member for 36 months. Rod Zweig says the under is 12-2 in Golden State Charlotte matchup since the 2019 season. Ronnie Lofton in the house. What up, Ronnie? So let me get this up here. Let me see what I can find here, and then I'm going to move. God, it is very appealing. Anytime you're fading a favorite that's a legitimate favorite, betting their team total under is a nice addition, and it is appealing.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna add that to the.
Okay. I'll give you the best number available here right now, and the best one is a 120.5.
Are you doing straight basketball or you switching over?
I'm going to switch over to college basketball next.
After this game?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll step out because I'm going to put this in as soon as we're done with the game.
For sure. Just because college basketball, college football, just because our next NBA game's at 3 p.m. and we have a ton of early action here. Kristen Hess in the house. Great to see you, Kristen. Giving you a shout out, Justin. Let me see what the team total is here.
Yeah, shout out, Kristen. Go Dogs. That's sis right there.
Let's see what we get here from this.
Everyone be bashing my dogs. It's crazy.
Total under. Oh, I got a 121.5 here.
That's even better.
Yeah. It is. It's minus 115 though.
That's cool.
Okay. So Warriors team total under 120.5 minus 115. Look, I like both of. I mean, I'm not going to bet the prop, but I like where you're at. Curry over 4.5 threes and Warriors team total under 120.5. I have to get my bet in here. So, do you mind telling us about a spot on the board that we will be breaking down together in NBA that you really, really like?
NBA?
Yeah, you don't need to make it official, but just let us know.
The Spurs game. I'm gonna have when we get there, I'm gonna have 2 plays in that game. We just watched this game over, I don't know what holiday it was, but very recently. And the Spurs winning the whole game and they let the Knicks come back and win it. I want to say it was the Cup game. And Spurs is coming off of back-to-back losses. I got the 2 plays. One of them is Stacks. So I'll go ahead and get that to y'all now, just in case. Oh, matter of fact, don't come on until 7. Stacks play today number 1 is Victor Wembanyama at 26-plus points at plus 100 at Fanatics. I just love the spot for him. There's not going to be no Mitch Robinson. We all know how anybody feels about Cat. So I feel like coming off of 2 losses back at home and a revenge game, I'm going to trust the star player. I think Vassell, I would say the name Vassell, Vassell. I think he's going to be out. So there's more opportunity for Wemby. Big game from Wemby, points and rebounds. But the stat, I did bet his points and rebounds. I didn't write it down, but stats play today is 26-plus points at plus 100. And I also like the over in this game. 6 of the last 7 meetings that went over, the previous meetings went over. I got over 236.5. I got minus 112 when I bet it. I expect the Spurs last game of the year coming off of 2 back-to-back losses to get up spot, especially at home. Like all the stars are going to come out to play. Knicks don't play no defense. I do like the Spurs to win the game. This is when you catch the Knicks on the road. No Rich Robinson, trusting on Cat to play all the defense. I don't think so. But I think both teams are going to score. I love this stuff. This is probably my favorite total. No, I mean, it is. My favorite total of the day. Spurs and Knicks over 236. I want to say a 236 flat. I got 2 different notes, so I don't think I bet it twice, but we'll say 236.5.
Man, I love it. I've joined you. So is Saturated has joined you. We're all joining you on the Warriors team total under as well. God, I don't have my. Okay, and then we're in. So I'm taking that under 220. Under 121.5 at minus 115. And I'm getting the Hornets plus 7.5 at minus 110 offshore. That's 110.
And that Spurs is over 236.5. It's minus 113.
Beautiful. Where's team total under 1? Oh shit! Sorry, let me put this here. And here we go. Available now. Okay. I'm in business. Justin, thank you. Not only did I get to invest in this basketball game and take a second to send it in, but also love your breakdowns. Steph Curry over 4.5 threes at minus 112 for Justin. Warriors team total under 121.5. And I joined him on the Warriors team total under 121.5. And I also moved on the Hornets plus 7.5. So we are in business. So that game popping off in 30 minutes. Justin, I will see you soon, my friend. Probably an hour. Maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
I'll be in the chat. I'll be ready.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, my man. There is our guy, Justin Mcelvy, which takes us back to college basketball. So let's get an idea of what we are dealing with now with our early action. So let's take a look at the live board here. Loyola Chicago up 23-15 on Rhode Island. Good God damn. Well, that's good. But not everything else is looking. Oh, but East Texas A&M, the Lions are fighting back. East Carolina fighting back as well. It's 27-23. And Mercer battling back as well. And now Mercer's just the first half play. I need them to continue to battle back. Loyola Chicago up 8. That was a wonderful, wonderful breakdown. Okay. There we go. So we are going to move back to college basketball here. So give me a second to get this all back here so we can get all this off here. We're going to break down these college basketball games pretty quick. And then Kongs Klips will be joining us for these bowl games. The next bowl game is at 2 p.m., so we don't need to worry too much here. So let's just get this over here. Multitask this off. Let's cool our computer down. This would be a good time to gather our composure and attack. And so that's what I did after the Bankroll Blitz show last night. I went through every single one of these college basketball games on the card, and I bet 15 of them. Shout out to UNLV 94-94. I have been practicing my NHL 94 in case TJ wants to go $100 a game. I'm not ready. Mercer tied it up. Keep them saturated. I need more. What is there anything else in the world you'd rather be doing than hammering the card on New Year's Eve? One more day of 2025 to get the man. Come on, Mercer. Come on, baby. Let's go. And East Texas Lions have taken the lead. Come on, boys. Here comes Rhode Island, though. God, Mercer has the lead, 28-27. Come on, Loyola. Hold the fort down. There it is. Little 3-point banger by the Ramblers. Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. Woo! All right. Here we go. Let's get back to business here. The next spot on the board here in college basketball for me was very, very expensive. I was a little late to the party, and my concern is that it was too expensive. So let's roll. Loyola Maryland Greyhounds 4-9. You know, a lot of these teams are opening up their conference accounts here. So these are really important games. You want to set the tone for your conference play. The Loyola Maryland Greyhounds at the American University Eagles is our next spot on the board. Come on, Mercer. Come on, East Texas. Come home with it. So let's go into the very expensive bet that I fear was too expensive that I still made. I am backing American University. So again, let's talk about what are the spots that we believe work for us. And for me, it's when a team is sitting in a loss. Now, I wanted the East Texas A&M. I knew that the line would go against me. One thing I've been learning from Spooner is I've always been so afraid of the line going against me. So if the line goes against me, I'm like, okay, well, I don't need to bet that. Line's going against me. But I think that what we're watching Spooner do with such precision is say, oh, this line's going to move against me, and here's why. Then the line moves against him. He's been patient. He waits for the right time. Now, you can time it right and wrong. That's tricky. And then he is succeeding. And here, I knew that this line would move against East Texas A&M. And look, East Texas A&M hasn't got us paid yet, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I could lose that bet very easily. But they were just embarrassed. And what about American? American just lost at Virginia 95-51, which came on the heels of losing at VCU 105-83. Virginia and VCU would wipe the floor with the Loyola Maryland Greyhounds. So American was on 2 road games before Christmas. They lost the last one by 44. They're an angry, angry group. Going up against a Loyola Maryland basketball team that has traveled. I would prefer fading a team that, doesn't travel, hasn't traveled. This one has traveled. And, it's but this isn't about fading Loyola Maryland, because I kind of like them. They're a team that's the statistical profile. Again, where can we take advantage of the market? We can take advantage of the market if the statistical profile we don't believe is had that team in the right conditions. You'll have a team at this point in the college basketball season that's played all 10 games at home, and their statistical profile does not give a real sense of who the team is. And here Loyola has played a ton of road games. They played at Kentucky. They lost by 16 at VMI. So they lost by 22 at Hampton. And I think American is an angry group. Now, is this too expensive? That was the question that I was left with. Is it too expensive? And let's take a look here at the price, because I paid it. Oh, yeah, I screwed up. We've had a big move, 25 minutes ago back to Loyola, Maryland. So this line opened up at 8, moved to 9, then to 10.5. And I got in on the 10. And this is not so. Look, if we're looking at the spots that you're questioning whether you want to roll with me or not, this big move back against me is not good. Let's see if we can get any cash flow information here. And the cash flow was really nice for these spots that we were attacking, except for Loyola Chicago, which turned out to be a very public road dog, which we want to stay away from so much. But here we're going to get the information, any cash flow information. I don't know if we are. I just try a little. I guess it's just no. We're not going to with Loyola Maryland American. So we're not going to get that information, which is fine. A few of these games we're not, but this line has quickly moved against me in the last half an hour. I don't like it. We're going to be talking about that spot very soon. Wager Detective, my man. But I am on Loyola Maryland. I moved on I am on American. I moved at -10, -110, and I don't like it. Let's move on. Next up for us, another game that pops off in 22 minutes. South Alabama Jaguars 10-4, 1-1 in the Sun Belt. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns 3-11, 1-1 in the Sun Belt. We're at the Cajun Dome in Lafayette, Louisiana. Let's get this line history set up for us, because this one I like. Now, again, the confidence can wane very quickly looking at the line history, but let's get into it here. The fact that South Alabama is 10-4 and only 3.5-point road favorites immediately made me want to look at the Raging Cajuns. We also have both teams who've played a game post-Christmas. And South Alabama played Mobile, a college, Div 2 college, and beat them 85-52. And there are some similar teams, which helps. They both played ULM. South Alabama needed double overtime. And Louisiana beat ULM at the end of a road trip 76-62. It was very important victory for the Raging Cajuns. This is a team that was sitting there on a 11-game losing streak. Or was it 10? 10-game losing streak. They beat UL Monroe, and they went on their Christmas break. They came back at home. Now, again, we talk about the statistical profile. They played so few home games. We're this deep in the season, and this is a team that had played 4 home games before that Sunday night win over Norfolk State. And they won again. And now they can thank that very difficult road schedule. Remember those 3 games in California where they got destroyed? Stanford, Santa Clara, UC Davis. And they can turn it around. And that's what I believe they are going to do here. Let's take a look at the line history and see if it will give me confidence. And we'll move on to the next ball on the board, or if it will make me very uncomfortable. We have a 4 now. So it just moved to 4 an hour and 18 minutes ago. It's gone from 3 to 3.5 to 4. But why wouldn't it? You know, you have a team, if you don't look at what they've done. Oh, God, I'm starting to get pumped up looking at these scores. But I'm going to try and stay cool. We have a total here also of 126. I know that I focus on sides in college basketball. That's where I feel like I have a chance. And that's, again, from studying all of my action over the years. I focus on sides. This total opened up at 126.5. It quickly got up to 128.5. That turned out to be the high watermark. We are down to a 126. Shout out to the Wolfie conservative here. And I will read that here 1 second. Spooner above with the game that we're talking about, and Dizzy Donut here as well. And Jimmy's Teeth in the house. Spooner says, South Alabama dealing with some injuries. I want to watch the first few minutes he was in, how Louisiana looks versus the zone. This is South Alabama first half, if healthy, and Louisiana full game. So let's see. We're going to get some cash flow information here, I would imagine, and that would be helpful. We have 82% of the tickets and 86% of the cash on South Alabama. The Superbook is still hanging at 3.5. Now, Circa has moved it to 4. I tell you, I would. The only thing I would rather have is the 4. I like my position on the Ragin' Cajuns. And again, we have a 10-4 team playing a 3-11 team. So here's the spot where, you know, if Spooner was capping this yesterday, he'd say, this line's probably going to move against me at half point. X, Y, and Z. And I'm going to get better at that. I want to get better at that. Let's hear from Wolfie quickly. Thank you for the dono, my friend. Thank you for the support. Happy New Year's Eve to you. Says, hey, Jimmy, need some advice. If the Ravens win, I make $2.8K. Would you hedge on Steelers? It's making me nervous that all the money is on the Ravens. Thanks. I would. Now, look, a lot of this, and you don't need to explain yourself deeper, but a lot of this is about, you know, whether the money is important or whether you need it or anything like that. But now when we're at 2.8K, you put yourself in a fantastic situation. I'm in a similar situation, but not at 2.8K. And so I don't think that the hedge is what I would do. I think the middle is what I would do. All right, Mercer, first half cashes. And East Texas is up 9. Wish I took him first half. Just put a bow on that bitch. So I would not hedge per se. I would middle. The 3.5. Now, okay, here's an example. I was going to win the Survivor Pool in 2023 here at Pub Sports Radio. And it wasn't for that much. I don't know. It was like 5K. Might have been more. Might have been 6K. So it was good. No, I shouldn't say not. It was good. And I needed the Buccaneers to beat the Panthers. And what I did was I made a big bet on the Panthers. No, big for me. You know, I believe it was 2K. Might have been a little more than that. But I bet a big bet on the Panthers plus 3.5. And the Panthers lost that game by 3. Go for the middle, man. Get that Steelers plus 3.5. Not for much. I mean, I think that the right amount of money for the middle is I would max it out about 40%. I would max out 40%. So yeah, that's what I would do. I would middle for at least 1K on the Steelers plus 3.5. You know, it's funny. Dan's rants says you can't middle a 3.5, and all I could think of was, well, that was the middle that was one of the greatest days. And you remember that night? If you guys, some of you guys might remember that night when I won the Survivor, middled the Panthers. I hit a SGP with you guys at over K on the night stream. It was just like it was all coming in, and it felt great. So that's what I would do personally. I would put a K, maybe 1.2 on the Steelers plus 3.5. All right. It's very important to get your day off to winning start, man. You don't want to be reaching late. That's what I think, Wolfie. That's what I would do. I would go for the middle. In the hedge for me, I don't really like hedging. There was a time about 10, 12 years ago. Jimmy Steve. Yeah, because the heaviest day was little Ella popping out. It's so funny. So funny. I do remember that. I was so happy. I was very, very happy. There was a time before I went to Costa Rica, maybe 12, 13 years ago, where I would hedge. I would hedge myself into an oblivion. My dad, as a capper, he really believes in the hedge when you put yourself in a nice financial situation. And I was hedging way too much. And I remember a guy. I remember I was sitting with a couple friends at Yuck Yucks about 12, 13 years ago. I had some future on something, and I was like, oh, I'm going to get X amount of dollars. And my friend said, I bet you hedged that into nothing. And I was like, oh, God, it stung. It's so hard. No, I did. I worked on there for 3 years. Okay, let's roll. So I like the Raging Cajun spot. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. 2 p.m. Eastern. Charleston, and keep me titty of what's going on in all of the live spots here as well. Cheering for you guys in that college football action here. Wow, then no scoring after that early touchdown. Wow. That line move at the end messed with me because I thought, oh, that's a sign of what's to come. Vandy, though, moving the ball on Iowa. That's going to be a fun one. Yeah, Frank, you've been so right about that. But yeah, Jimmy Steve, I went down to Costa Rica for 3 years. Got me out of my old career, which I was thankful for. Okay, let's roll here. So our next spot on the board is Elon Phoenix at home to the Charleston Cougars with the Shar Center in Elon, North Carolina. Let's get this one set up for you guys and attack. So as uncomfortable as I was with American being that big of a favorite, and as comfortable as I was with Louisiana Raging Cajuns, I really like this spot. I think the Elon Phoenix are a good basketball team. And let's just go over the X's and O's here as to why the move was made. This is a 2 p.m. start here. Where the hell is it? Sorry, I'm going to pass that up. Huh. I don't have. Oh, here we go. Okay, sorry. All right, let's roll here. Let's go over the line history, and again, hopefully that brings more confidence than concern. We have this total at 156. It opened up at 156, got up to 157.5, and it's now 155.5. That last move was 4 minutes ago. So we have a total moving towards the under. And then on the spread here, and this is, oh, look at all this. Look at this. Ooh, God. And East Carolina looks like they will cash that first half. Maybe they should all be in first half bets. Okay. Stay focused. Elon's now -3. I would prefer to see that 3.5 still. They opened up at -2.5. That was at 2:54 p.m. yesterday. By 11:30 at night, it was a 4. Went back to 3. Got up to 3.5 again this morning, 8:46, and it's a 3 now. So let's go see if we get some cash flow information. It's probably unlikely here. with these smaller schools. And no information there. And no, we're not going to get any cash flow information, which is fine. So the Phoenix coming off. So both teams have played since Christmas, which is good. Charleston's on this 4-game winning streak. They're playing good basketball. This is not a fade of the Charleston Cougars. Both teams have opened up their conference play, with victories. But I like this spot here quite a bit. Now, Charleston played Drexel at home on Monday. And now they travel to Elon to face the Phoenix. Elon just beat Northeastern Huskies. And I like the Northeastern Huskies. The Northeastern Huskies shot 67% from 3. They shot 14 of 21. 14 of 21 threes they hit. And I mean, the Northeastern's a tricky team and can make you lose your mind. Against Elon, they shot better from 3 than they shot from the foul line. And I guess, you're going to get that at times when we talk about these smaller schools. But the fact that the Huskies shoot 57 from the field and 67 from 3, and they lose by 12 to Elon, tells you what kind of basketball team you're dealing with the Phoenix. I think they're a really good team. A really good team. And I'm backing them here. And we just had Spooner moved on Louisiana. Yeah, Chappie. Oh, I hope you had a great birthday, Chappie. It was Chappie's birthday on Monday, right? It was on Monday. Happy birthday, Chappie. It was a great, great day, man. Matty Ice gave out Ravens plus 450 to win the division on the show when they were 1-5. Oh, I love it, man. Oh, so he's going to put 1K on Pitt money line. Yeah, everybody handles it differently. I want the opportunity to win everything. So I will go for the middle instead of the hedge. But everybody has their own route, and it's all legit. In this route, I'm on the Elon Phoenix. I got -3.5, -110. You get 3 right now. Let's roll on. Next spot for us here in college basketball, we had the West Long Branch, New Jersey, home of the Monmouth Hawks, going up against the Campbell Fighting Camels. Let's get this one all set up here. Oh, man. I think part of the reason why I'm enjoying this so much is because I kind of been on the shelf over the holidays, man. And just solely focusing on Bankroll Blitz, wanting it to get to be done so badly that and not that I don't love it, it's just that the work is just, it crushes me and takes me that's all, just crushes me. Campbell Fighting Camels. Let's talk about this spot here, and it's one that I like quite a bit. I moved on the Campbell Fighting Camels first half money line. I got the first half money line at -106. We'll go over the line history and see if it is if I should be concerned or not. There's a couple reasons why I want Campbell early. First off, Monmouth has not played since the 21st of December. They were on a 3-game losing streak. They had just lost by 10 at home to Quinnipiac, and they beat Lehigh Valley. Took out the fucking Iron Pigs of Lehigh Valley. I know they're the Mountain Hawks, but I always think of them as goddamn Iron Pigs. And they feel good about themselves. What did Monmouth do in that? This is what I want to fade. As you guys know, I bet the Packers season win total under because everybody was so excited about the Micah Parsons. When I see people celebrating transactions, I bet against the team. And I feel the same way in betting basketball and betting all sports, really. It changes as teams become more business-like and more professional. Monmouth, before Christmas, shot 52% from the field and 62% from 3. And they beat the Mountain Hawks 76-62. So what do? They go back home for Christmas. They eat a bunch of turkey, bang old girlfriends, feel good about themselves, walk around like they're the fucking man. But they're not. They're 6-7 on the season, and they're opening up their conference account here. What did Campbell do? They've already played. And it's pretty simple what happened to Campbell. And I believe it's a similar thing that's going to happen again to Monmouth. So Campbell had lost 2 games. And how did they close out their pre-Christmas game? They beat Green Bay 102-79. They smashed them. What did Campbell do? They shot 60% from the field and 58% from 3. So what did they do? The Fighting Camels went home at Christmas time, ate a bunch of turkey, banged old girlfriends, walked around like they were the coolest motherfuckers in the world, and came in back to basketball and lost badly, 86-72 to Hofstra. Now, Hofstra's a good team. It was at Hofstra. They were down 49-31 at halftime. Why? Because they had that great game before the half or before Christmas and felt good about themselves. If you feel good about yourself, I will bet against anything that you do next. So I'm betting against Monmouth. 1-0 Capitals. Thank you for the heads up. That's our guy, Randy, a.k.a. Strategic Investments. Coin saying Campbell is live here. I'm on Campbell first half. Campbell first half. So we roll on. Campbell first half, money line for me. We roll on. Next up is another fun game. We head to Chartway Arena, Norfolk, Virginia. App State Mountaineers 8-6, 1-1 in their Sun Belt season at the Old Dominion Monarchs 4-10, 1-1 in the Sun Belt. Let's get this one set up here, and I will tell you my action. I'm on ODU -2 at -105. ODU -2, -105. And let me get this ready to go for you, and here we go. So here is a spot that I thought was very similar to the South Alabama, Louisiana Raging Cajun spot. Yeah, the South Alabama Jaguar team. Now it was explained to us, from our guy Spoons, that Jaguars are dealing with injuries, but still, the betting public sees a 10-4 team going up against a 3-11 team. Why is the spread so low? Thinking that they're going to have some sort of advantage. Old Dominion Monarchs have been losing games and playing tough teams. App State has been winning games, and they played some tough teams, and we think High Point is a good team. App State beat them at home. We know it's difficult to travel and play App State, but here App State is on the road going to play the Monarchs. So App State has not played since December 20th. When you guys look at for me, how I succeed in college basketball and what's worked throughout this year, we talked about it in the beginning of the year. It was the team that hadn't played on the road yet. That was 6-0 or whatever, had a good record, hadn't played on the road yet. We believe their statistical profile was not right. Well, here it is again. It's post-Christmas. Have you played a game? What was your game before Christmas? And what happened in between? Here, App State has not played since a home loss to Georgia State, 76-3. So it's not perfect because their winning streak was snapped. So they weren't, going home. I don't need to go through the whole turkey and old girlfriend analogy. But Old Dominion played. They went to Maryland and they lost by 15. There's no shame in that. The Terps are not the Terps of old, obviously, this year. They're not that good. But there's no shame in losing to the Terps. ODU shot terribly, 4 of 18 from 3. They shot 37% from the field. They still out-rebounded the Terps. They got destroyed in the first half. Look, some of these teams are just not ready to play out of Christmas. They're not ready to go. And that's what happened here. They were down 45-18 after 20 minutes. I mean, it was just a debacle. So, now that I'm sitting with it for longer, I probably should have bet ODU first half instead of the full game. But I bet ODU. I think they're going to come out and hit. I love it very, very much. I love it. In fact, Justin, that's our next game. That's our next game. So we're going to – I love it. I love it. So let's take a look at the line history for this spot. So it's, again, it's just a situational spot for me. One team plays after Christmas and gets destroyed. That team has a terrible record. Going up against a team with a good record that hasn't played and has been playing in these cushy home situations. And this is just, this feels like a wheelhouse bet for me. So let's grab the line history here for you guys for App State ODU. This one is at 2 p.m. It pops off in 1 hour. And where the hell is it? Here we go. Well, I like this. Oh, I guess I don't like this. Damn it. Jesus. It's moved. Damn it. This got up to 2.5, which was great. Now it's a 1. Again, though, I do think you can explain. I think you can explain why this happened. I think you can explain why this happened. Nasty Nate says, here comes Vandy. We'll see. 7-3. That under looking pretty nice. All right, this line's moved against me. Too bad. Let's talk about Justin's game next because it's a game that I'm on as well. Well, Justin is on Colgate full game. I am only on Colgate first half. Colgate first half. The Raiders 6-7, opening up their Patriot account at the Lafayette Leopards. We're at Kirby Sports Center in Easton, Pennsylvania. Let's set this one up for you because we have pretty close to the corner of Stacks and Bag Boulevard. He's on the full game. I'm on the first half. I got Colgate first half minus 3.5, minus 115. I got that at 365. I was a little concerned about the full game spot just because Lafayette has not they haven't played at home since the 5th of December. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing for Lafayette. It just means that what everybody's looking at, these losses at Penn, at Charlotte, at Georgia Tech, are not in a comfortable situation. But Colgate is a good basketball team, and they have played since Christmas. Again, we should go back and on Friday, we'll go back and look at all these spots where we back teams that had played a game post-Christmas and those who hadn't. Because we just talked about Old Dominion putting up 18 points. Was it Old Dominion? 18 points in the first half of their game. Is that the one against the Terps? I think it was. So we have Colgate on a 3-game losing streak. And these are tough teams, man. Well, Harvard's not that tough, but they go to St. Bonaventure and they lose 85-77. They were way up after the first half. St. Bonaventure just gathered themselves and punched back. They played at Florida after 11 days off and lost 90-60. Florida at home are undefeated so far this year, and a lot of people expect that to continue. So there's no shame in that. They were only down 12 at halftime to the Gators. And then they lose to Harvard. Now, that was not good. They lost 78-69 at home. But that was 3 days ago. They have a game under their belt. I'm on them first half to take care of business. And that's me, man. Shout out to For Show 94 in the house. Every time I see 94, I think of NHL 94. I'm working on my NHL 94. It's going to take me a while. But I'm working on it. Well, I only worked on it over the Christmas holidays with my sister, but I'm not going to have a chance to. Too much capping going on right now to talk NHL 94. Colgate first half for me. Let's see if we can get some cash flow information. I doubt it with Colgate versus Lafayette, but no cash flow information here, which is fine. A lot of these games are the smaller schools where we don't get it. But that's me. Colgate first half. Let's roll on. Next up on the board, 3 p.m. Eastern, the Northeastern Huskies 4-8, 0-1 in the CAA at North Carolina A&T Aggies 7-5. Also 0-1 in the CAA. We're at the Corbett Sports Center in Greensboro, North Carolina. Here, I have moved on Northeastern minus 2.5 and minus 110. Northeastern minus 2.5 minus 110. We're going to set this one up here. Look, it's another spot where I think Northeastern's a pretty good basketball team. We get them, minus 2.5. Or sorry, -2. They're the favorite here, and they're 4-8 on the year compared to the North Carolina A&T Aggies, who are 7-5 on the season. All those games are starting up here. All of the 1 p.m. games are starting up. Let's stay in our shoes and see if we can stay hot here throughout this day. 15 bets we've made in college basketball, and stakes are high. Let's talk about this spot for Northeastern. This is a basketball team that's been playing really tough competition and playing them on the road. We just talked about how they shot against Elon and still lost 103-91. NCAAT has played also at home. They lost 87-78 on Monday to UNC Wilmington. Look, this probably isn't the perfect spot because we know what UNC Wilmington's done this year. They're 12-2. They're playing very good basketball. But I can't help but gravitate towards these teams where the statistical profile is full of very tough situations. Here, the Northeastern Huskies have lived on the road. They played They played at Colgate, beat them. At Harvard, beat them. At Princeton, lost by 13. At Wake Forest, lost by 13. At Holy Cross, lost by 16. At Syracuse, lost by 8. These are tough teams. At Rhode Island, lost by 8. At Elon, and we just talked about that game, they shot the lights out and still lost. And they're favorites here. And they're favorites for a reason. Now let's see if the market is going to make me uncomfortable. And let's move on to these 3 p.m. spots and see what it is. We have Northeastern -2.5, -110. That's good. This opened up at 4, and it moved down to 2. And again, I just felt like it was really easy to explain. That's all. And so and we talk about what we're learning from other cappers and how we're trying to become better. And there's some sports that we have that are our sports per se. And here I could explain why this was moving against me. And I said, well, now I'm getting a better line. And I moved on it. Now, I didn't realize it had dropped to 2. At least it's back to 2.5. So I'm on the Northeastern Huskies here. It's going to be a great basketball game. Let's roll on. Our next spot on the board, George Washington Revolutionaries, 9-4, opening up their A10 account at the Richmond Spiders, 10-3. Richmond Spiders here are the dogs. Let's get into the X's and O's and discuss exactly why moves were made. I moved on Richmond first half +1, -104. This was a really interesting spot because, Richmond was really expensive first half. It didn't make sense how that they were as expensive as they were. It didn't make sense that they were as expensive as they were because of the price for the full game. Obviously, the market had a feeling that they were going to be more alive in the first half, and I felt like that was pretty simple to explain. George Washington, played Florida at home back on the 13th, so we're talking 18 days ago, and played them tough, lost 80-70. George Washington looks really strong at home. And it's not that they look weak on the road. They look very strong at home. They played against the St. Mary's Seahawks Div 3 college in Maryland before the break and beat them 97-40, beat them 60-15 in the first half. And it was just a joke. They have not played since. Richmond has played, and it was a bad loss at home, 77-72 against Charleston Southern, a game that they should have won. They shot the ball terribly, 7 of 18 from 3. They shot just 34% from the field. They do the things that you need. They hit their foul shots. They play very clean basketball. And they're coming off a debacle. A game where they should have won and they didn't. And that's where I want a basketball team. Now, if you're like, well, George Washington is a really good basketball team, and I don't want to fade them. I kind of feel the same way. I don't want George Washington to regroup. That's why the first half is so expensive for Richmond. Because Richmond's coming off of a game post-Christmas where they didn't play well at home. Now they get to fire again against a much better team. If they play the way they just played against Charleston Southern, they're going to take it. They're going to take it. They're going to lose. But they know that. I'm on them first half. Let's take a look at what's going on. So the full game is a 3 or 3.5. So line's slightly moving away from them. But let's see what it is first half here for these Richmond Spiders. I want it to be, or you'll see exactly. Now it's plus 1.5. Damn it. Huh. I got plus 1. Very low VIG, minus 104. Very low VIG, minus 104. I have 3 bets left in college basketball. 3 bets left in college basketball before Kongs Klips joins me for bowl games. We have the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl coming up. So 3 games left. Let's roll into them right now. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us here. Christmas Eve, Jesus. New Year's Eve, our last show of 2025. So let's roll into our next spot. Next spot here is Georgia State Panthers. I believe my man Justin Mcelvy is going to like this spot here. I do. So Georgia State Panthers 4-10, 1-1 in the Sun Belt at the Marshall Thundering Herd 8-5, 0-1 in the Sun Belt. We're at the Cam Henderson Center in Huntington, West Virginia. Let's set this one up here and see what you guys think, because I'm on the dog. I'm on the dog here, but I'm only on the dog, the Georgia State Panthers first half. And look, I understand that Marshall is a good basketball team, and Georgia State Panthers, it's not their year here. Their defense is weak. But a couple things. First off, we have Marshall. They haven't played since Christmas. And when they did play, they played a Div 3 college and beat them 102-52. And Georgia State went to App State and beat them. This is a team that's proven that they can travel. Now, they lost badly to Georgia Southern in a rivalry spot. What they do, they took it out on App State. Then they had Christmas. And then they had a wake-up game. And as much as I don't like when a team plays a Div 3, here they played the Columbia College Fighting Koalas. As much as I don't like that, you need to shake the cobwebs out. And the Fighting Koalas shot 57% from 3, 46% from the field. Now what does that tell you? It tells you the Georgia State Panthers were not playing defense. They weren't protecting the perimeter. There were all these things they weren't doing. No one can be proud of the 110-72 victory. But they shook out the cobwebs. And now they go play Marshall in a Sun Belt game that means a lot to them. So let's take a look at the line history. I'm only on the first half. And let's see if this first half has moved at all. And it's right where I got it. I got the first half plus 7.5. This hasn't moved since it became available this morning. I got the Georgia State first half plus 7.5 minus 104. I'm looking at the minus 105 right now. Very comfortable with that number. We'll take a look at what it is full game for everybody as well as the total. See if any of you guys want to make moves. This is a 13. That's where it opened. There's been a 5-cent move to Marshall. So they're saying it's a very sharp line, basically, with the no movement. And then from a total standpoint, we have a 153.5. This one's climbed up from 150. It's only climbed 150 to 151.5 to 152 to 152.5 to 153.5. That last move was about 2 hours ago. I agree, Saturated. I agree. It is the wrong hemisphere. Well put. Let's get the cash flow up because Georgia State Marshall will get some information here and see if it is helpful for me. It is. 89% of the tickets, 88% cash on Marshall. This line not moving. I'm very comfortable with the spot here. Very comfortable. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. And we have the further information from Spooner. One of the South Alabama starters out. The other is playing. Nunya says Marshall may win by 30. Oh, yeah. There's lots of mays in life. Let's roll on. I'm on Georgia State Panthers first half. I like that they shook out the cobwebs. Marshall will overlook them early. At least that's my thought process here. So the next spot on the board, we have 2 games left. We head to American Bank Center in Corpus Christi, Texas. Not far from where we will be partying at Pubapalooza 3 or 5. Jeez, I'm tripping. Lack of sleep. Pubapalooza 5, not far away from Corpus Christi, Texas. We'll be in San Antonio. New Orleans Privateers 4-8, 2-1 in the Southland. At Texas A&M Corpus Christi 5-7, 1-2 in the Southland. Where American Bank Center in Corpus Christi. Urban Pope here is on NOLA, and I get why anybody would be on NOLA. And obviously for me at least, when I see a spot where you have a Privateers team coming off the type of win and the games that they've been playing, but they're coming off. So they play at Houston. They lose 99-57. And then they get back at it with a big win over UT Rio Grande Valley. A Southland game. Buckley went for 32 points. They were not supposed to win this game, and they took over. They won. They were up 35-24 at the half. They just caught UT Rio Grande Valley snapping, and they feel good about themselves. It was a big win. Feel good about themselves. They'd been sitting in that loss to Houston. Now, I know Houston's a juggernaut, but still, it's always tough when you lose by 42 points. And what has Texas A&M done? They lost at home to Nichols. Now, Nichols, I know that the Colonels are 4-8 overall, but they're undefeated in the Southland. They might be better than people think they are. But I like that Corpus Christi had the home loss and New Orleans had the road win. And it wasn't just a road win. They dominated. New Orleans won by 16. I like all of this. This shapes up for me perfect. So I am on Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I took a -4.5 at -105. I just think this situation is what I look for. This total is a 144. It opened up at 147.5. We dropped 3.5 points down to 144. And when we get to the spread here for this one, our second to last game on the board before we get into football, we have, it's still there, 4.5 -110. It's been bouncing all over the place. It opened up at 3, so they've just become bigger favorites. And when we get to the cash flow, Masterpiece not Purvis, my man Purvis not gonna like this at all. Masterpiece not gonna like this. No. But look, I'm fading them off that big win that they had, the celebration that they had. That's what I'm fading them. I have Texas A&M Corpus Christi here. There we go. Our final game. It's 1-1 Rangers, Washington as well after 1. Brian Smith, have a wonderful time with your daughter. It's a great way to close out 2025. I love that, Brian. Have a great lunch with her and love that. That's a great way. It's great. I love it. Great way to close out 2025, man. Okay, my final spot on the board is my lone big basketball game. Look, I went through every game on the card, and I knew that was important. Every single game on the card, and yet this is the only big confrontation, and it's the last game on the board. 8 p.m. Eastern. Kind of fun to have action of this sort. And not that I don't care about fun, but this game appealed to me. Let's talk about it. St. John's Red Storm, 8-4, 1-0 in the Big East at the Georgetown Hoyas, 9-4, 1-1 Big East, right? Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. St. John's, as good as the Red Storm might be, they have yet to play a real road game. Not once. This fading the teams who've never played a real road game is coming off of a loss. The last one we bet. So it's not this undefeated spot. So, but I like it. I want to challenge this team. Now, they've played tough games in neutral courts and things like that, but Urban Pope saying Cooley suspended for this game. Let's talk about the spot here for Georgetown. Now, they beat up Coppin State before Christmas. Look, I mean, there's not much to that. And maybe this is too predicated on the fact that I want to fade a team that hasn't played on the road, which is very possible. I just think this is too many points for a team that hasn't proven it. That's all. So let me get to the cash flow here for this one. And let's go over the line history as well. I got the 9 on Georgetown at minus 110. I saw sharper books than 365 moving it. 365 had not moved it. Let's see if it's moved since. No, it's still right there at 9. There is a 9.5 for the sharper book. This wasn't 8. It moved back to 9 at 9:30. That's fine. This opened up at 9.5. A half-point move towards the dog is still appealing to me. I think the cash flow will be important here. We have 50% of the tickets and 92% of the cash. 92% of the cash on St. John's. Big bets have come in on St. John's. Huge bets. And this line's still not moving towards them. So, yeah. You got to prove to me. Prove to me that you can win on the road. If you can't prove it to me, if you haven't proven it to me, I'll fade it. That's what I'm doing here. Shout out to my guy, just my 2 cents in the house. Well, that's it. Justin said he served the suspension against Coppin State. A Cooley first game since hitting the kid with a wide ball. Beautiful. 15 bets for me in college basketball. 4 are underway. Let's take a look at what we are dealing with. So we cashed Loyola Chicago first half. We cashed Mercer first half. We're on East Carolina. They're up 6. Hopefully they can take it home. We're on East Texas A&M plus 4. They're up 5. So hopefully they can take it home. It would be, Warriors, Hornets is off and racing. It's 17-16 Warriors as well. Then our next group of games popping off. We're on the Raging Cajuns. They're down 19-14 right now. South Alabama just hit a 3. And Florida Atlantic up 17-5. I can UTSA traveling all the way to Florida Atlantic. 19-5 now. That's money I left on the table. Damn it. Then American up 26-24. That's not enough. But we'll take it. So a quick review of all 15 bets here for me. I have East Texas A&M plus 4, Loyola Chicago first half plus 5.5, Mercer first half plus 2, East Carolina plus 1.5. Those were the early 4 games. And then my late games, American minus 10, ULL Lafayette, the Raging Cajuns plus 3.5, Elon minus 3.5, Campbell first half minus 106, Old Dominion minus 2, Colgate first half minus 3.5, Northeastern minus 2.5, Richmond first half plus 1, Georgia State first half plus 7.5, Texas A&M Corpus Christi minus 4.5, and Georgetown plus 9. There you go. There you go. That is college basketball. Let's get this money, man. Let's get this papier. Let's move on to college football. We got 4 bowl games, and we have just the cappers for the job. The first 3 games, we will be joined by our first guest, and then we will be a 3-headed monster for Hurricanes, Buckeyes. We don't get them. Now, we've had them rock with us on Betting with the Bag on location from work when he's just so pumped up about a bet that he needs to let us know. But now we get him off tomorrow, like a lot of us are, which gives us the chance to hammer action all day long. Please welcome a very relaxed, no stress, no pressure, just action. Please welcome the great Kongs Klips. Kong, what's good, man? What a wonderful message to receive. It was really a really crazy day of sports, and to get into it after Bankroll Blitz at fucking midnight I was like, oh no, felt so overwhelmed. So thank you for joining us. I have capped these games, but I need the help, my man. How are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. Free day off work, still getting paid, loving it.
Oh, nice, man. Nice, man. We're not linked up with the audio here. I mean, we might need a refresher for you. Why don't you talk to me for a little bit? Arizona State Sun Devils, Duke Blue Devils. Let's see if we're linked up.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna fade Jeff Sims. Good.
You're good. Your money. Yeah, your money.
I like it.
Gorky. Any minute now. Wine Time is going to meet his baby daughter at any second.
Love it.
Any second. So that's where Wine Time is at right now. Look, he's been in the chat and he's capping. He's certainly capping. So that's where he is. Let's roll, Kong, my man. So we have the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Arizona State Sun Devils versus the Duke Blue Devils. We're at the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas for this one. Let's take a look at the weather that we will be dealing with. It is cool, but perfect. It gets up to 60. It'll be about 54, 55 at kickoff. No wind to speak of. It's absolutely perfect weather. Let's pull up the setup here for this one and then grab the line history and the cash flow and hand it over to our guy Kongs Klips. So now we have a lot of players. So we were lucky in our first game where there wasn't too much to deal with of opt-outs. We have opt-outs here. Let's start going about it. Arizona State's defense was really good this year. And now their best player, cornerback Keith Abney, the second, will not be there. Either will their leading tackler, Keyshawn Elliott, will not be there. And we don't expect Miles Rouser, their third leading tackler, to be there as well. That's the situation there. So we expect this Arizona State defense to take a mighty hit. And we know that Duke's offense is very strong. Their defense is terrible. Their offense has been very good. Now, do we expect their offense to still be good with their backup, Jeff Sims? That's a question that we'll let an expert like Kong answer here. Now, we have a Duke. So we have a good defense in Arizona State missing their top players. We have a Duke defense that's been bad all year, and now we'll be without Chandler Rivers, corner who is expected to get drafted. This is a lot to lose. If we're talking about, momentum here, I think that we would say that the fact that Kenny Dillingham is showing that he's going to build with Arizona State. We knew that Michigan was after him, is a big, big deal to the program. But there's opt-outs, backup quarterbacks. There's a mess here, a mess that we'll let Kong try and dissect for us. Let me set up the line history, and we'll hear Kong cook. Duke opened up at -1.5. 5 days later, with the opt-outs announced and the fact that, basically with the opt-outs announced, there was a big move towards Duke. Duke, a 3-point move. They went to 4.5. That turned out to be the high watermark. Never got back there. We saw this go back down to a 1. This was a 1 2 weeks ago, and then back up again to a 3. Now we got up to a 3.5, back to a 3, and now a 3.5. So overall, we've had a 2-point move towards Duke, but we did go through a pretty key number. From a total standpoint here, we have a 49. This opened up at 51.5, and it within 35 minutes moved to 49.5. It got down to a 47 yesterday, and it's climbed up to a 49, a 2-point move to the over. And when we get to the cash flow for our next game on the board. We have 56% of tickets and 58% of cash on Duke, 63% of tickets on the over, and 75% of cash on the over. Kongs Klips, take it away for us here. Arizona State Sun Devils, Duke Blue Devils.
Yes, sir, Jimmy. So for these bowl games, I don't personally put as much money as I do on these games, as opposed to the games that mean a lot more. But I have been betting some bowl games, and this one specifically, Jeff Sims. I've faded this guy. It seems like for years now. He kind of got me back a little bit this year, looking a little better. Started moving his legs a little bit. I still not going to trust in Jeff Sims in this game. Darian Mensah announcing that he's coming back to Duke next year. I think this is a spot where Darian Mensah is going to want to come in and make a statement. I know we have a lot of opt-outs on both sides of the ball. I think that could play, like Zofe said in the chat, to an over. I did play the over a little bit here. 49.5 at minus 105. We know Duke's going to put up some points. I think there could be some turnovers from Jeff Sims. He's really good at it, turning the ball over when it matters. Duke could get some short fields here, put up some points. But we know Duke's going to give some points up too as well in this game with the defense that they have. I like the over. I like Duke. I haven't played Duke yet. I don't really want to lay a number over a 3. Maybe they're good for a money line parlay here. I think it could be a close game, but I think we're going to see a lot of points here today.
The over 49.5 for Kong. Eldorado saying ASU missing 14 players for this game. Got to take Duke today minus 3.5. And we have our guy on the over here. Over 49.5 in Arizona State, Duke. That makes sense. Were you surprised that the total dropped down to 47? I mean, it makes sense that it's climbing. Was that the surprise?
Yeah, I think there could be 60 points in this game. When I first seen that this game was happening, I looked at the total because I knew this was two teams that were going to put up points. Just didn't know what the opt-outs and things were going to be here a couple weeks ago. I think I like where it's settled. I think we're going to see a lot of points.
In business here, Kong on the over 49.5 and Sun Devils, Blue Devils. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Number 18 ranked Michigan Wolverines 9-3 versus Texas Longhorns 9-3. It's been a messy month for the Michigan Wolverines. Now, Kyle Whittingham is the right guy to kind of get focused. Everybody back on the same page, and let's be focused at the task at hand and forget about the nonsense that everybody has been dealing with. And, you know, he's got the right group. Bryce Underwood, real potential. This is, if we can stop, I don't even think we need to talk about the old coach. I think we just focus on Whittingham trying to turn the page and get everybody focused here. Now, Texas had a very disappointing year for Sarkisian. They stepped up late, but those early losses hurt. They won 6 of 7 to close things out. You know, they beat Oklahoma, they beat A&M. That was important. But this is another team that is dealing with opt-outs. Opt-outs that hurt here. The linebacking unit, the secondary, losing their star safety. The offensive line, El Hadi is not expected to play. You have an interim play caller in Steve Kasula. It's a mess. But you do have Underwood versus Arch Manning, which is very exciting and worth the price of admission. We have a total here at 49.5. This one has climbed It opened up at 46.5 and immediately dropped to 46. And we're talking, this is like over 3 weeks ago. Since then, it's climbed and climbed and climbed, and 49.5, which it moved to 18 minutes ago, is the high watermark of this total. From a point spread standpoint here, we have this sitting at -5 for Texas. They opened up at -4.5, and this was a 7.5 3 weeks ago. This was an 8.5 on Christmas morning. And now we are down to a 5. So late money is moved on Michigan. Let's pull out the cash flow here. 51% of the tickets, 76% of the cash on Texas, 62% of tickets on the under, and 64% of cash on the over. We have Urban Pulp saying Nola Boy Arch gets it done. Ronnie Lofton is on the under of 48.5. Kongs Klips, take it away for us, my friend.
Yeah, so just for starters, Bryce Underwood, Arch Manning, should be a great quarterback matchup. Bryce Underwood come out and said that he talked to Dillingham. I think he likes Dillingham. I think he might end up staying at Michigan. It's where he's wanted to be. I don't think Dillingham's had enough time to come in and make very many differences with this team to implement what he's wanting to do on both sides of the ball. I think this number, when it was at 8.5, was closer to where it should have been. Arch Manning announced he's coming back next season, going to stay in college and make a few more $1 million. I don't blame him. We started seeing Arch Manning later in the year, started feeling more comfortable throwing the ball, running the ball, just started feeling more comfortable being the starter at Texas, which is a huge role in the sport. Quarterback at Texas is a big deal. I think he made the right choice to come back next season. I don't think he was ready yet. With that being said, I played a little bit of the 6.5, laying it with Texas. The number dropped to 5.5, so I like it even more. I just don't think – I think there's too much going on at Michigan for these guys to be focused on this game like they should have been for the last 3 weeks. There's no way that they've got done what they needed to on the practice field to be ready to come in and play a Texas team that heated up at the end of the season. Arch Manning started playing better. Defense backed off a little bit. In my opinion, they wasn't playing as good as they was earlier in the year. But I just think this Texas team, I think they could run away with this one. I'm on Texas here. Give me Texas covering the number against a Michigan team that just got their coach in the building. He's probably trying to switch some things up. We could see some confusion with a young quarterback trying to implement the new game plan. So I'm on Texas here, Jimmy. And I think this could go under. You see two great quarterbacks. Everybody's going to be on the over. I think it could go under. But I'm on Texas.
Texas here for Kong. We're seeing 4.5. Interestingly enough, Circa hasn't moved to 4.5. They're still hanging the 5.5. But the other book's hanging 4.5. Again, 50% of tickets, 76% cash on the Longhorns. Kyle Fields, great to see you, man. Happy New Year. Last show of 2025. And Kyle Fields is going to be rolling with us. Got some college basketball plans for us and having Kyle on screen. Let's rock into our next game here, Kong, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl, Nebraska Cornhuskers versus the number 15 ranked Utah Utes. We just spoke of the Utah Utes coach Kyle Whittingham leaving here, Utah, which has put them in a bit of a state of disarray. Now, Devin Dampier can move the ball for the Utes. For the Cornhuskers, there is no Dylan Raiola, and there's no Emmett Johnson. I mean, that is big pieces. TJ Lateef is going to be at quarterback. And again, when you talk about Utah, what we're used to, the one thing we're not used to is seeing them get punished defensively, seeing other teams run the ball right into the teeth of the Utah Utes defense. That happened this year, you know, which was very, very strange, which we're just giving up 5 yards per carry. I mean, that's just not what we are used to. Let's take a look at the line history here and hand it over to our guy, Kong. We have Daby Cab joining us, Kong and I, for Hurricanes, Buckeyes. But here we have Utah minus 14. They opened up at minus 13. This got up to minus 17, and it has since come back to 14. A lot of points for these Utes. From a total standpoint, we have, from a total standpoint, we have a 51. This one opened up at 49.5 and has climbed to 51. It's been at 51 since Monday, but it is a high watermark. And then with the cash flow here, we have 74% of tickets, 72% of cash on the Utes. We have 56% of tickets on the under and 53% cash on the over. Kong, take it away, my man.
Yeah, no official action in this game. First looks, man, the total seems high to me. The number, with it being over the 14.5, it seems like a strong number. Dylan Raiola not being in this game, how good's this other kid going to be? Against the Utah defense, it's pretty good. I'm off this game. Too many moving parts. Number feels too big on both sides, the total and the spread. This is a game that I am not moving on today, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's the whole idea of when we make a bet is we write a script and it's like this is how I see this game going, and this is how I'm going to take advantage of either the market or whether it be a side or a total. Here, I mean, it's very difficult, even on backing Utah here. Justin McCelvy is on the over 51.5. And then, having realistic expectations of TJ Lateef, and then again, look, I'm not a Raiola fan, but Emmett Johnson's a beast. So you're just taking too many pieces out here. I'm going to, I understand the stay off here for Cornhuskers Utes. A Man Bear Pig says, I see Nebraska running the ball all over Utah, even without Johnson. Says the O-line will make holes for the running back. I mean, if that's the case, wouldn't we then want, expect the Cornhuskers to cover this huge? I mean, I guess that's your plan, Man Bear Pig, to back the Cornhuskers. I mean, if I forced you to take a bet on a side right now, if we're sitting at the casino, I pull out a band, say we split the profits, go to the window, and get us paid on the side, what would it be?
It would have to be Utah. It would have to be Utah because I can't back the Nebraska team with this new quarterback coming in. I think the Utah's defense, I think they could slow down the run. I don't see Nebraska getting much through the air. It would have to be Utah, but too many moving parts.
I feel that.
I think if Nebraska was going to hang around in this game, I think this number would be like 13.5. I feel like with the 14.5, with it not being 13.5 or 14, it's a strong number for Utah.
Oh, it's a very strong number, no doubt about that. All right, I feel you. Let's roll on to the big one. We have the big one. We canceled our party here. My son's real sick, and I was thankful, man. I just want to gamble and chill. I do not need to make other people enjoy their New Year's Eve. So I'm pumped up. We have the big one here. We have Kongs Klips and our next guest, the star of the tailgate, the star of Medicate Mondays, ready to cap the college football quarterfinals with us. Please welcome the Magic Man, Dabra Cadabra in the house. Daby Cab, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy, Kong, chat, everybody, man. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Glad to be here with y'all. New Year's Eve. You got to get paid one more time, right? We got a playoff game. Got to get paid one more time, man. I'm excited about this one. Look at that 40.5. Holy shit, that is a low total.
It is very, very low total here. I mean, we all saw what the Hurricanes did at Texas A&M. I mean, if you even look at Ohio State's last game against Indiana, I mean, there weren't 40 points scored if you combine both of the games that we just saw. So obviously there's biases in play with this low total. Let's set this one up and hear our guys cook. We're going to go first to the total. I'm looking at a 40. We have 40.5, but I'm looking at a 40. This one opened up at 42. That was back on December 20th. This got up to 43 on December 22nd. Now we have a 40. Now, this was a flat 40 2 days ago, minus 110 each way. Since then, there's been a 7-cent move towards the over, but it's not moving. It's not moving. It's not moved in 2 days at the book I was looking at. And here at a book that is moving it, it's a very sharp book. This book on yesterday got it to 41, and that was the high watermark there. They're back down to a 40.5 juice to the under. Let's take a look at the side in this one. We have, here we go. On the side, we have Ohio State minus 9.5. Very little movement here as well. This came out at 9.5. Within 10 minutes, it was a 10. That minus 10 and minus 115 that came 10 minutes after the line was introduced, with limits, that's the high water mark for the Buckeyes. Since then, it's come down. It went down to a flat 9. Now it's at a 9.5. So overall, since this line was introduced, there's only been 3 cents of movement, and the 3 cents of movement is to the Hurricanes. Dizzy's saying the under is juiced because the public, all of us saw how stout Miami's defense was last game. There has to be points in this game. Ronnie Lofton is on Ohio State first half minus 5.5. Let's get the cash flow up and then hand it over to our guys. We have 56% of the tickets, 66% of the cash on the Ohio State Buckeyes. We have 68% of tickets on the under and 88% of cash on that under. Daby Cab, take it away, my friend. Hurricanes, Buckeyes, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
You said 88% of the cash on that under, and it's not really moving. It's moved like what? Like half a point, you said?
Well, it did get up to 43 earlier in the week. But I think that's a good point because the money would have been coming in here, let's say over the last 72 hours. So this total, where we used to play poker, has not moved a cent since Monday afternoon. So now on Monday, they moved it from 42.5 down to 40. So they made their big move and left it there. So I would say that. I would say, now remember, the 43.5 was before Christmas. So I think that the move was 43 to 40. And that happened Monday morning to Monday afternoon.
It's crazy because everybody's got the recency bias looking towards the under, and I get it. You got Miami and A&M. I mean, nobody put a touchdown on the board until like the last 3 minutes of the football game or 5 minutes of the football game. So I get it. And then Ohio State, Indiana, 23 points total in the entire game. Michigan, I guess you could say, is another step-up game, 27-9, not very many points in that football game. And then you go back to, early in the season, Texas, very low-scoring game there. So every time you got a big step-up game with Ohio State, it seems like it plays towards the under. So I get it. I think this is a Miami team that is a lot scarier than people realize, if I'm being 100% honest. Going into that football game against A&M, I mean, everybody here knows I wanted A&M to win that, but deep down, this is a Miami team that 4 weeks into the season, we were all saying might be the best college football team, right? We were all saying it might be one of the best football team in college football. And then Carson Beck did what we've seen Carson Beck do at Georgia in the middle of the season a bit. So for me, it goes by Carson Beck. Are they going to let him throw the ball a little bit more here? They have to. They have to. They can't do what they did against A&M. The wind's not going to be swirling the same way that it is. And I think that I'm going to trust Carson Beck, Jimmy, Kong. I think that's what I'm going to do here. I got 10 with Miami. I took it earlier in the week, so I can do a 9.5 for the show. But I think the Hurricanes stay in this football game, and I think it's a lower scoring football game. And if it's a lower scoring football game, there's lower volatility. 10 points is a lot of fucking points in a game that's going to go under a 40.5. That's all I'm saying.
How do you think, you know what? I've got a question. I'll wait and then start asking both of you guys the questions until we hear Kong's breakdown too, because I know the question I want to ask, but let's hear Kong's breakdown, and then I'll just keep the notes for the questions I want to ask. Kong, we have Daby Cab moving on the Hurricanes plus 10. A low volatility spot with double-digit points. I get it. How are you attacking this one?
Yeah, Jimmy. I'm attacking this game too. I got a few bets in this game. I'm going to take you back to the Indiana game. Excuse me. Ohio State plays Indiana all season long. I believe Sayan was sacked 2 times coming into the Indiana game. The Indiana defensive front gets home multiple times, sack after sack, and they slowed him down. They slowed the whole offense down by getting pressure to Julian Sayin. I say that to say this. Miami's defensive front rivals that of Indiana's defensive front. Maybe better than Indiana's defensive front. These guys, they have some top 10 first round picks on this defensive line. When the line came out, I think I seen it at 10. I bought up a half point, got Miami plus 10.5 at minus 122. Tweeted that out immediately. I think this game goes under. I think Miami covers the spread. I think Miami's live to win this game. I think they muck this game up. I think they get pressure to Sayin, just like Indiana did, something Sayin hadn't seen yet all season long. They've had a dominant season until they had to step up and play a good defensive front. And that's what they got to do here to play Miami. I know that Ohio State coach, skipping me right now, head coach is taking over the Ryan Day has taken over play calling duties in this game. I think that's another story, just another added depth, little added depth to this game. I do believe Miami's in this game. I do believe they have a chance to win this game late. I am on Miami plus the 10.5 at minus 122. That was tweeted out. I'm also on the under 41.5. That number was minus 110 when I got the under 41.5. I think we see a similar game. I think we see a Indiana game. I think we see a Texas A&M game. The Texas A&M game was a little different. When you have 35 and 40 mile an hour winds, it really messes stuff up for quarterbacks. But these two defenses are great. Ohio State's defense is going to come to play. We know that. Best defense in the country. Definitely top 2 defense in the country.
You know who I think is a lot is on Kong is Fletcher. Like, dude, he was so fucking good against A&M. What were you doing against Pitt? What were you doing against Virginia Tech? What the hell were you doing against Louisville? What were you doing against FSU? Is it his line? Did his line step up, or did he just decide, hey, get on my back because I'm winning this fucking football game? Because he literally went over to the sidelines. You could see him tell Toon whenever when he fumbled that ball, he was like, hey, dude, no, don't worry about it. I got this. We're going to win this game. Next drive, he took the team all the way. Is he going to be that dude, or is he going to be the dude that played against Pitt back in November? Like, I want to know what Fletcher we're getting in the backfield for Miami.
I think that comes with the play calling duties. I think they're going to muck this game up, and I think they're going to have to try to run the ball to do so. Um, I don't think they're going to be very successful running the ball against Ohio State, but I think they're damn sure going to try. And I think they're going to bleed the clock. Anytime Miami's got the ball, look for them to snap the ball when it's at 5 seconds or lower. I think they're going to try to take a sheet right out of Indiana's playbook. And I think that's what they have to do to have a chance to beat this Ohio State team. Another angle I moved on in this game is Miami's team total under 16.5. I did tweet that out. That number has been shot. It's down to 14.5. I just think it's an under. I do have a quarter unit as well on the alternate under 28.5 points at plus 400 to win back a unit. I just think we see a grimy game here. I think both teams struggle to score. I think Miami covers.
As I'm looking into these props, so we know how hard it is to run on them, and you guys heard me bring up Fletcher. What do y'all think his rushing prop is? Just throw a number out. If you don't know, that's fine. It's 60. Hard. That's fucking right there. It's 59.5. I guess I'm showing 55 at some places. It's 59.5, but check this out. Here's where I always go if I'm looking at a rush prop, right? I understand how good this defense is, and I understand that he's been, Jekyll and Hyde all season. But he got the ball 17 times against A&M. His attempts is set at 14.5, his rush attempts. If he gets the ball 14 or 15 times, he's getting 60 yards. I might add that. I know that's a scary bet, but I might add that. I'll let you guys know if I do.
The time off here, we knew when Ohio State went to Michigan and destroyed them that they were going to be extremely vulnerable 7 days later. And sure enough, they were. You guys we were all on the same page there. Now they've been off for 25 days. How does that affect Ohio State? Everybody's last thoughts were what happened against Indiana, but we knew that at that time, all they wanted to do was beat Michigan at Michigan, and they did that. Cab, what is the 25 days off for Ohio State? What is that? How does that affect it?
At this time in the season, Jimmy, I think 20 days off, 20 plus days off, 10 days off, anything that you can get is a bonus, not a negative. In the beginning of the season, I get it. When you're coming back from that week 4 bye week or the week 5 bye week, you're a little worried, what the team's going to do. But when we're this far into the season, people got to get healthy. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's milking injuries at this point. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Maybe for the offense, they could be a bit sluggish, and we're expecting defense. But as far as like the overall outcome of the game, I don't think it affects it that much.
What about you, Conger?
Yeah, I look back to last season. We had this scenario last season, and all of the teams that had that first round bye lost their games outright. That I think this late in the season, yeah, it's good for injuries, but I also think that there's something to the rustiness, man. I don't think it's coincidence that teams that got first round byes last year lost their games. I just think that the rustiness, I think that is going to be a problem. You do have Ohio State coming off of a loss. They do have to travel for this game. I think Miami's a little closer. I don't know if they went back home after their game last week or what the travel plans were, but I think it's a positive and a negative, honestly. I think you're going to have a lot of people looking at Ohio State losing that game, coming off of a loss and backing them for the bounce back spot. That's kind of the way I think about it. It's kind of the way we think about it, to be honest. Not so much as looking at them losing to the Heisman winner, but the bounce back spot. I think it could be a close game, but I think we get a low scoring dog fight, and it's going to be a great game. Can't wait.
Well, we have the corner of Daby Cab and Kongs Klips Boulevard on the Miami Hurricanes. Kong also on Miami team total under and the under 41 and a half. Thank you, fellas, so much for jumping on with us, man. Means so much to me. Respect.
I am riding with the Red Raiders tomorrow. Since there will be no batting with the bag, I figured I'd let you guys know. It looks like Kong and me are aligning here on some of these big playoff games. We'll be on my fucking Red Raiders for once. Go Tech.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one, man. I love it. I love it. First off, Kong, thank you for rocking with us, man. On Pop Your X handle here in the chat. Support our guy, Kongs Klips. And Kong, have a wonderful, wonderful end of 2025 and start of 2026. I'll pop that here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Kongs Klips. Kong, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, I'll just hit real quick my action tomorrow. I'm on Texas Tech. I'm also on the Oregon team total under 27.5. Texas Tech has not given up that many points yet this season. I think their defense is phenomenal. Indiana, I'm laying the 7. I've seen it jump to 7.5 as of this morning. You can get a 7 right now on Bet365. I think Indiana comes in and beats Alabama by at least 2 touchdowns. That is my favorite play of these round 2 games is the Indiana Hoosiers.
That's where we separate. I am on Alabama first half, but everything else we're together.
That's where we separate.
Yeah.
We can still hit. We can both still win that bet. And I'm on Ole Miss plus the 7.5. You can't get that number anymore. Appreciate you guys for having me. Everybody go hit the like button. Show up early and often. You'll get paid right here on Betting with the Bag. Everybody have a great new year. Anything negative in your life, turn that around. Change it. The onus is on you. Love you guys. Kong, I'm out.
There he is, Kongs Klips in the house. Thank you, Kong, my man. Daby Cab, what is in store for you? What is in store for Tailgate on Saturday? I'm Pop Daby Cab's X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, the Magic Man, Daby Cab. What's in store for you and what's in store for the Tailgate?
I'm still kind of torn. Maybe you in the chat can help. I don't know if we should switch the Tailgate back to all about the hoops when football ends, because we're already kind of transitioning basketball into it. But all that matters, guys, is at 9 a.m. my time, 10 a.m. Eastern, we will be live giving you guys best bets. For now, it is still called the Tailgate. We will have some of the, cappers you see right here on Betting with the Bag, and then some other ones that come on and bring nothing but best bets, guys. We try and get you paid. We get right to the business. And as far as what am I going to do right now, Jimmy, I'm about to break down this beautiful, beautiful flower right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've got on the immediate docket. Shout out to my dude Dutch Boy Fresh in the chat. If you guys didn't catch the sesh this week, go check it out. We do have some playoff action in there as well. Jimmy, thanks for having me up, man. I'm ready now that college basketball is about to take center stage. Well, I guess for me, it takes center stage. You got NBA, NHL, but college basketball is about to take center stage. So I'm ready to, get to the action up here with you guys. So much love, man, and I'll see y'all soon.
See you soon, Daby Cab, my man, and thank you for rocking with us. That is college football. In review, both fellas on Miami and Kong on the under 41.5 and the team total under 16.5. Kong stayed away from Nebraska, Utah, but there is action here for Kong. He's on Texas minus 6.5. Not concerned about the live move against him at this point, and he's on the over 49.5 in Arizona State, Duke Blue Devils. All right, we go back to NBA. We're going to go back to NBA right now. We have moved on that first game in a couple different ways. Man, God, those should have all been first half bets for me, and unfortunately, the North Texas A&M and the East Carolina faltered down the stretch. So 2-2 would have been 4-0 if they were all first half bets. Tricky. I mean, they were situational spots, so I understand why, but disappointing. Takes a little bit of the glory and the thunder away. Now we have American minus 10. They're up 8, just starting the second half. I came very close to UNC Cashville. We'll see if that comes, how that bangs out. So we shall see. Shout out to Agent Parlay, now a PSR member. Thank you, Agent Parlay. So we have 59-57 Hornets. We're on the Hornets plus 7.5, but we also took that Warriors a team total under 121.5, which isn't a peril right now, isn't a bit of peril. So we'll see how that banks out. Now the Hornets are looking good. Let's reintroduce our guy, our NBA expert here on Bending with the Bag and the Peter Lochak Show. Start a Stacks Play today. Please welcome our guy Justin Mcelvy to the program. Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
So you're doing the same thing you're doing, sweating these games out. I don't think we're in a peril yet for the team total. I just think we just need one of the last 2 quarters need to be just a little bit slower. That's all.
I agree. And that was the whole thought process about wanting to back Charlotte full game instead of the first half. Now, if you had have gotten them first half, you'd be in business right now. But we thought that the Warriors 3 games in 4 nights with the constant travel, and then they're all jumping on the plane heading back to the Bay for New Year's Eve tonight. And so there's a lot going on with the squad. Let me get this all set up for us. We move over back to NBA from college football.
Curry had three so far on last chat.
Yeah, it's a nice spot. You're in a nice spot. So you need 2 more threes to get the cash. Let me bring up back the injury reports here. More afternoon action for all of us here. A big afternoon NBA card. So let's go ahead and attack. We start 3 p.m. Eastern with the Minnesota Timberwolves at the Atlanta Hawks. We're at State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. And let's roll. These Hawks 5-11 at home this year. It is not being good. It's been bad. Their defense. I mean, when you're allowing 120 plus points a game, you're in deep trouble. That losing streak was, all at home. Now they did just lose at OKC, but this is that losing all those games at home is tricky, man. They are now in the throes of a 7-game losing streak. Their last win Sunday, December 14th at home versus Philadelphia. They played hard against the Thunder. Don't get me wrong. Okongwu and Johnson, they're doing all that they can, and they played hard in some of those losses. I mean, they lose 152-150 at home to the Bulls, play them again and lose by 3. Those are back-breaking losses. They lose by 3 versus the Knicks, so they cover that game. They lose by 11 at Oklahoma City, so they cover that game. They're here at home tonight, so they don't have to worry about partying. They're going to be partying in Atlanta tonight. Head off to New York tomorrow. That's the situation here for them. The Minnesota Timberwolves here have stepped up. They're now 21-12. They've been playing really good basketball. They did lose a couple games. The loss at Denver on Christmas really did bother me. I mean, I didn't post my Christmas action, but I did have Minnesota. And so, up 9 points to start overtime. That one stung. Then they failed to fire at home versus Brooklyn, and then they took it out on the Bulls. Pretty simple stuff here. This is game 2 of their 4-game road trip here in Atlanta. Let's take a look at the shoot-around info here. I've got it right here, so let's take a look. And it's simple. Trae Young out for the Hawks, Shannon out for the Wolves. So these are 2 pretty healthy squads. And 4 threes now for Steph, so you're in business. And now that first half doesn't even look like it will cover. We'll see how it will bang out. But okay, so we have Minnesota right now -6 at -115. This opened up at 3.5, and it's just been one-way traffic. 4.5, 5, 5.5, and now 6. That last move was 30 minutes ago. From a total standpoint here, we have a 239.5. Here's another total that has dropped very quickly over the last little bit. This opened up at 243, got up at 244. This was 244 at 2 in the morning, and now we're down to a 239.5. When we get to the cash flow here, we have 61% of tickets, 83% of the cash on Atlanta. This line just flying towards the Wolves. 81% of tickets on the under, 63% of cash on the under. Take it away for us here, Justin, my man. Wolves, Hawks, your Hawks, State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, I went back and forth. I tried to stay away from Hawks games, and then I finally found out that Trey's going to be out. And I'm not a Trey supporter, so I was leaning towards the Hawks. And I didn't want Trey in, and he didn't get in there, and then the spread went up. And then I started thinking about the defense. Like, we play more defense when he's not there compared to when he's there. And we win games when he's not there compared to when we're there. I just watched the Timberwolves put up like 137 points against the Bulls. But I think that was just a bad spot. Plus, the Bulls they lost 2 key injuries, 2 starters in that game. And that's when they lost Giddey and somebody else. And so I don't take that in consideration. But what I did decide on, I just think this is going to be a spot where I think my Hawks going to cover, but I don't want to trust it. But I think there's going to be a lot of points in this game. And best number you get me, when I seen it, it was 242 and a half. But I have it in my bet slip, so I didn't bet it yet. So best number you could get me. And then these bets are one I'll make when I get off here.
It was good that you waited because this is just dropping and dropping and dropping. Yeah, so we have a 239 now available. I want to see if I can beat that here. Let me see if I can beat that. But this is we have a 5-point swing to the under since 2 a.m. We have
a 5-point swing. So does that still work under your
No, I'm 7. But
no, I'm saying so if it go down 2 more, you going over?
I have never bet. It's always when it's gone to the over, and I bet the under. I've never
did it when it's gone to the under and bet the over.
I've never done that. So, and again, because I'm an under better, and I think when moves, I always think the under is sharper action. So maybe that's some of the concern. But I've never done that, which is wild to say. But
and I'm the opposite. Like when my cap tells me under, I fight it. I start looking for anything. I don't know. It's just you can't win the under before the game's over, but you can win the over before the game's over.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I've had when I was in Costa Rica. There's only certain sites. I had to get sites where I could use them in Costa Rica to live bet because I had some of the biggest bets when I was down there on overs, and the first half would soar over, but one team would be up 24 points or something, and then we all know what happened second half. They stop. It just shuts down. And so so I had to make sure that I was able to start live betting unders if it looked perfect. I've had more heartbreak. I mean, you get heartbreak in all totals. As you guys have known, I tried to leave totals alone in basketball, not football.
And that's funny that you said that because my homie, and it's been like 3 weeks now. I've been doing it, and I haven't tracked that the game still goes under or still goes over. But he always tells me at halftime that if you have an over and there's a team up by more than 14.5 points, cash out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
You're going to get a profit, so take a little bit of profit because you're going to lose the over, unless the team down 14 makes a hell of a push in the third quarter.
Which you can get. It's you need the favorite to be down. If the dog is down, the dog usually lets go, or the favorite just keeps kind of. The favorite slows down. Totals are very tricky, and I find the sharper the market, the more difficult totals are. And then someone will say, "Well, why do you bet NFL totals if the market is sharp?" It's because I can see the flaw in the public, whereas the public's been slowly leaving NBA. You used to see a lot more public action on NBA. You're dealing with pretty sharp dudes now. We have a Vandy touchdown here. Vandy touchdown. We'll be keeping an eye on all of our live action. Let's move on to this.
So what was the over you got me on?
Well, I'm just looking at a couple different spots here, but I can find the 239 easily at minus 110.
I'll take that right now just in case.
No, that is the best one. I've looked at a couple different spots. So we have a move here from Justin on the over 239 minus 110. That's available offshore. One of the things about the Timberwolves is if you only bet them after they play terrible, and that's the only thing you do with the Timberwolves, because with Ant and the gregarious superstars, I don't know what you want to call them, but if you do that with Timberwolves, you sit back and cash nonstop with them. Now they already did that. They flexed their muscles, and after not showing up against Brooklyn, destroyed the Bulls. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. And this is a tricky one with the Orlando Magic injuries. 3 p.m. Eastern, with the Orlando Magic 18-15, 7-9 on the road to the Indiana Pacers, 6-27, 5-12 at home at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. At this point, I don't know who's going to be. I mean, I would not be surprised if Suggs, Isaac, and Bane are all out. Does anybody have any more information? Because the sites I'm looking at have not given us more information. Bane has the back injury. Suggs has missed 7 straight. Why would he come back for this? It's a very messy situation. The Pacers are getting healthier, topping out in Jackson, but this is a team that's getting healthier. Take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the total at 226. Opened up at 225.5, got up to 226, got up to 227. It's dropped a point in the last 2 hours. And then from a point spread perspective, we have Indiana +4. It just moved to 5 at a very sharp book. Let's go over there. It just moved to 5. We have, so it moved to 5 1 minute ago. So now we have a 1-point move towards Orlando. It feels like all those player absences were sort of baked into the line. So that's what we have there. From a cash flow perspective, we have 66% of tickets, 61% of cash on Orlando, 90% of tickets, and 89% of cash on the under. And nobody seems to care about that at all. The Pacers are, staying true to their losing ways. Both teams played on Monday. The Magic lost 107-106 at Toronto. The Pacers lost 126-119 at Houston. So the Pacers are still, in this throes of a real losing streak. Now, we heard from Toby Lane. This is the chance for win number 1,000 still for Carlisle. This chance has been around for a while. They've lost 9 straight basketball games. This is a real opportunity. Take it away for us here. We have the Magic and the Pacers, Justin.
1 second, Jim. Here I come.
No worries, man. So, again, with the injury report here for this
my fault.
But Bane, Isaac, and Suggs are all now. Mo is going to be out here. He's been out all year. Franz Wagner going to be out as well. I don't see why Suggs would come back after missing 7 straight games on New Year's Eve. It just seems like a little much. Oh, wait. No, we just had a refresh and Bane is in. Wow, that was a quick refresh. Bane is in. Bane is playing. And
hey, Jimmy, can you give me like 10 seconds?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
Bane and Suggs are both playing. Wow, we have not a confirmed lineup yet, but they were just pulled. So, and Isaac's out. So this should be confirmed any minute now. That's the 1-point move that just happened to Bookmaker. Suggs playing his first game in a while. And Bane in. Wow. With that being said, Dizzy, it's interesting that you have the 27% of all sports bets in the U.S. are on NBA because I have different stats on that. But if you can, let me know where your information, and then I'll send you mine because I have different numbers on that. But also, if you're talking about 3 years ago, 4 years, I guess the pandemic messed with stuff. If you want to look at 5-6 years ago, that's when there was a ton of action and public action on NBA. Now it just seems that the sentiment, maybe I'm getting too caught up in the public sentiment as well. But let's get our guy Justin back in business with us here. So we have the confirmation that Suggs is in and Bain is in. Alvin Smith says Pacers is do not bet team. What do you think of this spot, my man?
Yeah, my fault. My daughter ordered food and got somebody knocking on the door with no money to pay for it. How you order food? You don't have money to pay for it, and you don't say nothing to me. Anyway, I do like this game, and this is my plus money spot of the day. And honestly, I don't have no cap just of the injuries, even with Suggs in, which I kind of expected that. But Carlisle been chasing this, and I think I'm like 0 for 2 so far. He's been chasing his thousands wins still. He done tried against the Wizards, against all these teams. Now it's New Year's. You got this Orlando team who I'm still not bought in with. They got a little bit of injuries, even with Suggs. I'm going to trust that New Year's Eve, this is going to be your 2026 present, and maybe turn this Pacers season around. I'll take the Pacers money line.
Wow. I like this idea. You know what? Let's not lock in your Pacers money line right now because the game's in 39 minutes. There's going to be.
So
you see that
we'll get a better number closer to the game.
Yes. So let's wait. In fact, I'm very interested in joining you. I think I'm gonna take the spread. But I like this. I like that Suggs hasn't played in 7 games. He's not gonna play that much. And then you have Bain dealing with the back injury. And so let's see what happens with this line, and we will revisit it. So let's move on to our next spot on the board here. At 3:30 p.m. Eastern, the Phoenix Suns 19-13, 9-8 on the road. The Cleveland Cavaliers 18-16, 11-8 at home. Grayson Allen, Jalen Green out for the Suns. For the Cavaliers, we have Merle going to play, but Hunter, Nance, and Strus are out. Let's set up the situation rest-wise and line-wise here. First off, we will talk about these Phoenix Suns playing good basketball. 4 straight wins. The win at home versus the Lakers, they just smoked them. And then they have the Pelicans back-to-back, which is trickier than it looks. And then the lowly Washington Wizards in Washington. And now they head to Cleveland for New Year's Eve. So they've been on the road for a while. Not a long Christmas at home for anybody. They hit the road. And this road trip ends here. So they're going to be flying back to Phoenix tonight. And the party will be in Phoenix. They have Sacramento on Friday and then OKC on Sunday. These Cleveland Cavaliers in a much better situation have not been running all over the place. I take that back. They just finished beating the Spurs, didn't they? Sorry, 113-101. So that closed that 3-game road trip. Now they come home and they get a few games at home before leaving again to face the Pacers on January 6th. So let's take a look at the line history here. We went over the injury report. We have Cleveland minus 6.5, minus 115. Opened up at 5.5. Now they're sitting here at 6.5. And from a total perspective, we have this sitting at 234.5. This opened up 236.5, got to 237 before it started dropping. And then cash flow wise, we have 62% of the tickets, 55% of cash on Phoenix, 89% of tickets on the under, 95% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, Justin, Suns Cavs.
Yeah, this game really, really, really confused me. And for that reason, I stayed off because the last 6 games, the Suns are 6-0 ATS. And I've been preaching every show I've gone on, like, this Cavs team is like the same thing as the Heat team and the same thing as the Timberwolves team. You don't want them as favorites. And Cavs 6.5, and this line's going up. When I woke up, I want to say I seen a 5.5, 6, and I almost jumped on Phoenix just because they're like, if you look at the trends, like I don't have them written down. I wasn't prepared to come on here, but if you look at the trends, as the Cavs as a favorite and the Suns as a dog, like you would automatically hammer this. But my whole thing is, why is this spread so like this spread is big? And I don't know, 6.5. Like the math ain't mathing to me, so. Like I had the Suns underlined, but I scratched it out but if anything, it would be the Suns. But this line makes no sense to me, and I just feel like that it should be a Suns. Like I feel like this should be like a 3.5, like a Cavs minus 3.5 or 4. Like regardless of who's in. Like I don't know, the Cavs just came off a win, an upset win as a dog against the Spurs. Like I don't know. This line is just throwing me off. So I don't have nothing, but I want to bet the Suns. Can you tell me I'm crazy?
I think that the whole statistical profile of the Cavaliers is not reticent, because when Allen and Mobley are healthy, this is one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. If the Pistons aren't around, the Cavaliers. I mean, obviously the Knicks are playing at a high level, but we're looking at this team that's 18-16 and 11-8 at home. We know that they're so much better than that. I just think everything changes when Mobley's healthy. So I this line, but I don't know if the market has strayed far enough away from their preseason expectations for the Suns. It takes a while for the market to correct themselves. So I think that you could make a reasonable argument for the Suns and a reasonable argument for the Cavs. And
Okay, so your famous question. If we're at the casino and I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna get some fries. Here's $1,000. Go take a side or a total. Are you still gonna have that $1,000 when I get back, or
no?
are you gonna have a ticket?
I would go bet the Cavaliers.
You bet the Cavaliers?
Yeah. I think that you're getting that this would, if this was a healthy Cavaliers team all year, and looking at this lineup, I mean, obviously Hunter is a big piece, but Garland, Mitchell, Wade, Mobley, Allen, if they were healthy all year, this would be a 9. The Cavaliers would be what, 24-12, and their home record would be 14-3 or 4. I mean, maybe I'm too stuck in what we saw from the Cavaliers in regular season last year. But in Saturated saying they're 5-13 against spread as home favorites. Yeah, because their bigs have not been healthy together. You tell me what they are against the spread with both Mobley and Allen in the lineup. I care more about Mobley and Allen both being healthy in the lineup than I do about Spider being in the lineup. Now, obviously, if you're playing against elite competition, you need Spider going off.
That's my guy.
Oh, he's a beast. But
yeah.
So now I didn't realize one of the options was that I could just leave that $1,000 on the table.
So if that was an option, when I come back, it would still be there? Let's just take it home so we don't lose it.
That's never been an option before.
That's funny. I mean, that's important though. It's important to know that you would say, let's just take it home so we don't lose it.
No, I wouldn't say that, man.
I wouldn't say that either. I'm betting on somebody.
Yeah. Sham, the dog catcher, said, I think the line is overreaction to them beating the Spurs. I think the line is the reaction to them being banged up all year and sitting at 18, 16, 11, and 8 at home. So Saturated says, I trust the Suns to be there at the end. They've been balling since, riding the ship. We also have MMA locker room on Ingram over 21 points tonight. Ingram over 21 points. Look, I don't want to bet this game. I think this is sharp. I think this is going to come down to the last few seconds of this basketball game. and the Suns have been so much better than I expected them to be that I'm just gonna let that one go. Are you going to be moving on the Suns, or do we move on? I think you're muted.
I was muted. What did you say?
Are you going to be moving on the Suns, or do we move on to Pelicanos?
Oh no. Once you I think this line says Cavs. I just don't believe it. I want to bet the Suns, but I just don't understand why this line's so high. When all season long, the Suns been cashing tickets in this very spot, and the Cavaliers. To your point, the Cavaliers haven't been healthy, but that's still a crazy ass number for, especially a home team, to be ATS. Now you're giving up 2 possessions, like 3 possessions. I don't know. I want to be on the Suns, but you kept me off, so I ain't lying nothing.
And Alvin Smith saying Cleveland not a good against spread team this year. Again, of course, yes. We know their bigs have not been healthy and not on the floor together. There's but I hear you guys. Rod Zweig says bet on Phoenix versus poor defensive teams, allowing 116 plus points per game. Phoenix record during the 2026 season 10-1 against the spread. But the idea that this is a poor defensive team, which they are statistically, I do not believe in the statistical profile of the Cleveland Cavaliers. I think they're much better than that and should be backed a lot over the next while.
So why haven't you betted than?
Because I've been wrong about the Suns, and when I back the Suns, I've cashed. So I'm not going to pick this battle here where the Suns are playing over their head. They're playing well on the road. But I do like them here. What you're right. I do like. I think that the price makes sense to me. I do like the Cavs here. I think, but again, I think it's important what everybody is saying here. Sham is absolutely right. Do you want to back the Cavaliers? After they beat San Antonio. That was a pretty tough stretch at New York, at Houston, at San Antonio. Now they
lost
home.
2 out of 3.
Yeah, it was a tough stretch. They lost on Christmas Day at New York. They covered easily, and that was the first game back where their bigs were healthy. And then at Houston, they did not deliver. And then at the Spurs, another thing is look at the Suns. They sit in New Orleans for the 26th, 27th. Then they have to fly across the continent to Washington and play the lowly Wizards. I think this is a really tough game for them, and it's a game where they don't really want to be there. Now, we kind of said similar things about the Warriors, and they've jumped out to a really strong first half. But the Suns plane is flying right back to Phoenix after this game to party. It's New Year's Eve. So I guess I might put my money where my mouth is, man. Maybe I will move on Cleveland. Again, everyone talking about they're terrible against the spread at home as a favorite. Tell me how many of those games Mobley and Allen were healthy for on the court together.
Not many.
And then because at that point I don't need to. Yes, we've seen the importance of these 2 bigs time and time again. So maybe I do move on the Cavs. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Pelicanos Bulls. Pelicans 8-26, 2-11 on the road. We just talked about those 2 games they played against the Suns. The Bulls 15-17, 8-8 at home, and the Bulls beaten up, man. So there's no question marks though. Kobe White out, Giddey out. So we know what's happening there. Grand Theft out, Jones out, and Murray out for the Pelicans. So both teams really dealing with injuries, but lineup sure changes drastically. All of a sudden, Fears, Murphy, Bay, Williamson, and Derek Queen. What lineup would you rather have? Trey Jones, Ayo, Okoro, Buzelis, and Vooch? It's a pretty big change here. Now, are the Bulls going to step up now? Giddey's going to be out, they say, for like a month. Let's take a look here at the situation here. The Bulls, as Justin was talking about, got destroyed 136-101. Got destroyed badly at home to the Wolves, dealing with all those injuries. This is their first game battling those injuries. We know what that's done. The teams generally step up in that situation. The Pelicans were at home for a while, and they were playing tough. I mean, again, you go back and you think, this line is right because who's got the better starting group? Let's get into this line history. Here we go. And the cash flow, and then hand it over to our guy, Justin. We have a 248.5. That's just insane. Opened up at 244.5, dropped down to 243.5. Now we're all the way up to it just dropped to 248 6 minutes ago. I mean, that is as high a total as you'll ever see. On the spread here, we have Chicago -2 at -110. They opened up at +1.5. I respect this move, this 3.5-point move. I do not like fading teams here that have their first opportunity to step up with the injuries that are attacking them. Now, Justin's been destroying when the injuries announced a couple hours before the game. So this is a little different. When you get to the cash flow here, we have 70% of the tickets, 86% cash on the Pelicans. This line bustling towards the Bulls. 71% tickets on the under, 59% cash on the over. Take it away for us, Justin. Pelicans, Bulls.
Yeah, this is a little different than the spot that I really like because we knew these were going to be out. My spot is like when the superstar gets ruled out within like 30 minutes of the game or an hour before the game. That's the spots that I love. But we knew Giddey was going to be out. We knew they both got hurt, him and Milwaukee, forgetting his name, against the Timberwolves. They both went out like within minutes of each other. But that's not the same spot with the Bulls. And this Pelicans team, like for real, they haven't been bad ATS recently in the recent form. And I wanted to get to the over when I first dug into it. And I wanted to be on the Bulls, like maybe they'll get up for the injuries, but without Giddey, like I don't know if they got enough manpower to cover this number. And I don't even know, like with the defense, like a lot of people don't realize the pace that they play and the defense that they play, like they trend to the under talking about the Bulls. So I didn't want to be on the over. I don't want to be on the Bulls expecting them to get up without Giddey and all them. And Pelicans on the road, I don't know, it just seemed like something where I don't want to be. So I don't have nothing. And I don't even have I'm looking at both I don't have nothing underlined or circle. I don't have nothing in this game.
No, I agree. The market is telling us that the Bulls are the move. Coin moving on the Bulls. You know that.
This line switch.
Yeah, flipped. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So presidential-minded Kings is moving on the Pels. Saturated took the Pelicanos money line. I'll cheer you guys on. This makes me quite uncomfortable. Let's head to the home of Jose Bouquet, Frost Bank Center in San Antonio, Texas. New York Knicks 23-9. 23-9 the Knicks are. But just 7-7 on the road. At the Spurs 23-9, 11-4 at home. This is going to be a fun game for New Year's Eve, man. Well, we just talked about what the Knicks did. The Knicks have been on the road for a minute. They beat Atlanta by 3. They beat the Pelicans by 5. They are winning all these close games. Now, it'll be a little harder. Mitchell Robinson out, Josh Hart out. We are at the Stacks play of the day here, which we'll let him cook with. Vassell out. Castle is questionable. Why don't we see if we can get the latest update on Stephon Castle? Just a left thumb sprain. That's all we know. This team has got so much depth around there, man. I mean, what do you have to bring in Harper or Keldon Johnson? I mean, this team's just got depth. They also have lost 2 straight games at home. How often do you see this Spurs squad losing like that at home? I mean, last time we saw them at home, they took out the Thunder by 20. This team is very good, and now they don't have to hit the road. They get the party tonight in San Antonio, but their next game is January 2nd at the Pacers. So let's just take a look at the line history and then hand this over We have the Spurs -2.5, -115. They opened up at -2.5. It went up to 3.5, and it dropped down to 1. This was a 1 last night. Now we're back at 2.5. I find that appealing. The Spurs coming off 2 losses here to back them. From a total standpoint here, we have a 235. This opened up at 239. So it's a big drop towards the under. And then when we get to, Chappie saying Spurs have shot 20% on open threes in the last 2 games. They're bound to shoot better. Viper on the Spurs -2.5. Let's see. Could the public be on New York? No, of course not. 76% tickets, 84% cash on the Spurs. Circa has moved it to a 3 at least. And they opened it at 1.5. Okay, I like that. And then 64% tickets on the under, 73% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Justin. Knicks Spurs.
Stacks play today, number 1. Number 1. I know that one. Jamal Murray. Stacks play today, number 1 is I'm on one beyond and 26 plus points, plus 100. And I like this for a variety of reasons. Vassell's not going to be in there for Spurs last I seen. I think he was ruled out. And we just seen this matchup for the NBA Cup games. And the NBA Cup game, he was on minutes restriction, which he's not no more. And if he is, he's getting a whole lot of minutes. I think the revenge angle, them coming off with back-to-back losses, talking about the Spurs. And you got a revenge game against the Knicks where they lost the Cup game. I think it's going to be a now or good spot for him. And I think there's going to be a whole lot of points. I actually bet his points and his rebounds. I don't have the number, but what I'm making official is Stacks Wemby, 26 points plus 100. But I also bet his points and rebounds. Without Mitchell Robinson, I think he's going big Wemby day, big Wemby day. And the second play is not Stacks, but the second official play is I got the Spurs and Knicks over 236.5. 6 of the last 7 meetings done went over. The previous meeting done went over. And what I think with the Spurs coming off of that back-to-back losses, I just put them a big offensive performance from them today. And I kind of like them to win the game. I haven't bet it. It's not even in my bet slip or circle, but maybe they'll go down a little bit in the early and I'll look a lot bet the Spurs. But Spurs over and Wemby points. Those are my 2 official plays.
Yeah, I wish the Spurs wasn't so public, but
They public?
Yeah. But let's see if they're not so public over at action.
That's wild because you don't want the Knicks on the road. Like, I don't. Maybe that's the reason why everyone. I mean, but the public, you would think the public wouldn't know that.
Well, let's see if the action says otherwise. If the action, I will, and they do. Action has 51 and 57 on the Spurs. Okay, perfect. I think the Spurs are the bet here. This game clearly means something to them. They lose for the Cup against the Knicks. The Knicks get all that glory. Spurs have lost 2 straight. How do you not bet them here?
And in spots like that, I've learned more just to trust the superstar. And I trust Wemby in this spot. That's why I bet him twice.
Yeah. No, Dougie White says Spurs will win. Yeah, no, I'd like to join you. Viper on the Spurs -2.5. Chappie saying about what Wemby saying we owe him one. Chappie saying the Spurs are the public favorite team right now. I mean, one of the things that we're using when we're deciphering between odds logic and action is we think that the odds logic is a much sharper information. And that we shouldn't just put a line through action, but that's much more public information. So I'd like seeing that at the public place, it's almost 50-50 for the ticket count. I like it. I'm still staring at that Cavs spot now, man. I guess it's easier to bet with your 1,000.
Right, dude. It's a lot easier. I mean, it depends on how you feel about when you lose it being like, yo, the 1,000 you gave me when you went to go get them fries, we lost that.
I wouldn't feel good. I'd have to pull out another 1,000 and say, your turn.
Right, you pull out another 1,000 and be like red or black.
No, never. Never. I can't ever do that. I'll never do that.
I swear to God, I've never done that either. Red or black, I've never once done that.
No, I'll never do that.
I can't lose my money that way.
No, it's like God. Like I will never put a dollar in a slot machine. I don't know. It's not how I want to hammer it.
No.
All right, let's roll on to our next spot, and we have Stacks Play of the Day number 2 here. Stacks Play of the Day number 2. So we heard Wembanyama 26 points plus 26 or more plus 100. Stacks Play of the Day number 2. Jamal Murray 30 plus points at plus 110. We got Justin here live, gonna drop stacks for us.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Let's roll. We got 2 games left. We also have that Predators Golden Knights game at 3 p.m. I guess I'll just let it go. There's a lot going on right now. I guess we'll just let it go. Nate says he always throws a hundo on black on the way out. Look, I respect it. I
just can't lose my money that way. I know a lot of people would do it. I just can't imagine walking out the casino and just throwing anything. Imagine if I threw 500 on it and said, yo black, and pop up red. Like, I'm so mad.
I'm right with you. It's just like the loss would hurt way more than the win would feel good.
Yeah, I would tell my ride like, yo, I'm cool. Like, I'm staying here.
Yeah,
but I can't leave and just leave that there. I got to get that back.
Oh yeah, for real. For real. Let's
just bet on like a roach race or something. Like which roach could make it across the street.
If you like, I'll let's just go to the garage and play dice. You know, I don't need this.
7-Eleven.
Yeah, I don't need this.
Or CeeLo 456.
Let's talk about the Toronto Raptors. Back-to-back wins at home, and the Nuggets reeling off of the Jokic injury. Let's see what we are dealing with. Oh, here we go. From the Nuggets right now, because they have a real messy injury report. Jokic out, Johnson out, Gordon out, Brown out, Strother probable. So the starting 5 that you're going to have to get used to for the Denver Nuggets: Murray, Hardaway, Jones, Watson, and Valanciunas. The problem is Pirtle is out for the Raptors, and it hurts when he's not out there. But Barnes has been playing like a monster. Barrett back, so IQ, BI, RJ Barrett, Barnes, and then Mamukelashvili at the 5 here. Valanciunas coming back to Toronto, where he got his first drinking and driving charge. We miss him. We miss him up here. Let's get the line history up for this one. We have the total is climbing. The total is climbing. We have a 229.5 minus 112. Opened up at 226. Immediately dropped to 224.5, and then we've climbed all the way up to 229.5. And then from a point spread perspective here, Charlotte has taken the lead. By the way, Charlotte has taken the lead. From a point spread perspective,
what's the score, Jimmy?
96-91. Last I looked.
96. Is it the fourth quarter?
No. Here, let me look over here. We've got 96-91. 2 minutes left in the 2:10 left in the third.
Sheesh.
Which means we're not completely sunk yet.
No, we're not.
Tighten up, but it's.
Well, with the Hornets winning, the foul game going to hurt us.
That's true. That is true. A shout out to Leonard Porsche in the house. Great to see you, Leonard. We have sidewise the Raptors -7 at minus 110. Opened up at 6.5. We're now sitting at a 7. And when we get to the cash flow for this Raptor spot, 53% of tickets, 55% of cash on the Nuggets, 87% of tickets, 83% cash on the under. Justin, Stacks play the day number 2 in business here. Take it away.
Yeah, Stacks play the day number 2, Jamal Murray, 30-plus points, plus 110. And this is my favorite of the two. They're both plus money, but this is my favorite. Jamal Murray, number 1, is a history when he goes back to Toronto. I don't know what it is. Like, for some reason, when he plays Toronto in Toronto, like, I don't know if he's from Canada or...
He's from Kitchener. He's from an hour south of here.
And that's what it is.
Yeah.
I just have it, like, and I don't have a lot of things, especially with props. I got, like, 2 props. highlighted with my little marker, and it's Jamal Murray in Canada. And then when I realized, I'm like, wait a minute, he back in Canada, and Jokic is gone. Like, who else gonna score these points? Like, I wanted to ladder him. I still might, but I just took the 30 points just with his history in Canada and no Jokic, and I didn't want to get on the. I didn't want to get on the side. I didn't want to get on the total. I just want to count on one person with the history with Jokic. I just wanted to make sure that 30 plus points. I love this play. Plus 110. Like, and I think the spread is way off. Like, that's a whole lot of points to give Jokic. Like, I mean, I understand he's MVP and all this, Mr. Triple Double. But what would the line been if Jokic would have been in?
You're right.
So my thing is, I think that's it's way, they adjusted that way too many. Like, I feel like at best, with Jokic in there, I would feel like the Denver would be like 2.5, minus 2.5, minus 3. So give or take a few points, even if I'm off. That still it just feels like to me when I capped this game, even after I got into Jamal Murray, because I knew since yesterday I wanted Murray in this spot. But I just kept thinking, like, so how many points are you giving Jokic? Are you giving Jokic like 9 points, 8 points? Like, this is still like, and I know they got a lot of injuries, and then you take Jokic, but the Raptors for 3 possessions? More than 2 at least, so I don't know. I wanted to bet the Nuggets, but I haven't gotten there. But Stacks play today. My only official play, Jamal Murray. And
I am going to quietly tail you on Jamal. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to bet it because I might, but you're right. New Year's Eve, home. Oh, he's probably gonna put on a show.
If Jokic was there, I probably wouldn't bet it. I'd be like, history ain't always history. But when you had this history back in Canada with no Jokic, and 30 is the alt spread. So you could get probably over 28.5. But I don't know. It just seemed like a incoming 37-point game by Murray.
I like it. Jimmy's Teeth says Toronto covers, which they might. Where was the cash on this one again? Yeah, 53 and 55 on Denver. Yeah,
This seems like a large spread. Like, I just wish there was somewhere you could go to how many points a player is worth.
Huh. I'm gonna look at Toronto a little closer here. I want this market to marinate. This is a night game, but I'm gonna join you on Jamal Murray. I won't like put it on X or anything like that. But I think that this is a good look, shrewd look.
It's an excellent spot for him.
Yeah, I like it. And it's a nice little addition to the action. Just I don't, generally bet player props, but New Year's Eve, man.
It's New Year's Eve. Sometimes you gotta, make a little exception in the small print. Like, I won't bet a prop and in the small print unless I'm in the house and it's New Year's Eve. I'm gonna have a couple. Everybody's sick.
Yeah.
I literally just kicked my daughter out. I said, "Yo, call your mom. Time for you to go." So I'm fine now. Like, that should just her and my sister. Like, I'll text you about it. The shit they just did is so weird. Like, I'm so mad. Like, it's so hard to finish this podcast. But I just told my daughter, "Yo, call your mom. It's time for you to go." So I'm good now. Like, but she's my youngest. We bump heads. She's 14. She'll be 15. So
we have me pie saying it's a really bad matchup for Murray. Look, I don't think IQ will make Jamal Murray step up his game. I don't think IQ. I mean, look,
But why this year? Why is it this time? Is it a bad matchup?
I think IQ will make. I think look, IQ is not a defensive wizard. He's very fast, and he'll try to run Jamal Murray into the ground. But
And if you look at their team total, look at the Nuggets team total, and say, if Murray don't score 30, where are all these points coming from?
oh my god, I need fucking.
Because Jokic's not here. So if you look at their team total and the total is moving up, where are these points coming from if Murray don't get 30?
Oh, I know. I feel you.
I mean, that's a serious question. Even if they get 105, I don't know what the team total is, but let's just say they get 105, 108. How do they get 108 without Murray getting 30?
Unbelievable. We don't.
Something bad just happened. What happened?
The Raging Cajuns, they don't cash 63-58. They were in that the whole entire time. And then yuck. That sucks. Okay. Americans up 14. I'll cover that, but so with a minute left, I had the -10. I need them to finish that off. Oh, that hurts. Okay. I just felt like it was for sure going to catch all game. All right, let's roll on here. The next spot on the board: Wizards Bucks. Pfizer form Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is a bad spot for the Bucks. They've been on the road for a long time. But Porter, Rollins, Green, Antetokounmpo, Miles Turner is your starting five. It's just Prince that's out. And for the Wizards, George and Kispert and Whitmore out. McCollum, Johnson, Koulibaly, Middleton, and Sarr is your starting five. The Bucks were on the road for a long time, man. And it was a terrible road trip. I guess it wasn't that. But what am I talking about? Because they did beat Chicago and Charlotte to close it up. So I take that back. Sorry, I was just thinking about the early beginnings of the road trip were terrible. They did beat the Pacers. They went 3-2 on the road trip. What am I talking about? But they were on the road for a long time. And now they come back against the worst team in the NBA. It's suspect. The Wizards here, spending New Year's in Milwaukee. They were at home for 3 games, lost to Phoenix on Monday. Let's pull up the line history and the cash flow, and then hand this over to Justin. 2 games left before we finish off with the NHL card. Milwaukee -10.5 at -112. This is probably a very sharp line. It's only moved 7 cents. It's not changed. It's not moved off the number. Just been sitting there. And then from a total standpoint here, we have a 234.5. This one's climbed a couple points. Been doing a lot of climbing lately. This was a 231.5 at 7:30 this morning. Now we're up to 234.5. So big move to the over. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 64% of tickets, 58% of cash on the Bucks, 77% of tickets on the under, and 81% of cash on the over. Any interest in this one?
No, I have zero interest in this game. The only thing I really did look at was Middleton over 11.5 points. And my whole thing was the script against his old team, but they didn't play several times though, and he didn't cash most of them. So I still have an underline, but it just seemed like I usually like total bowl games, but I like total bowl games when they're smaller spreads. So I don't have nothing.
I'm with Urban Pope here. I kind of want the Wizards plus 10.5 myself. I don't know if I can get there. Doesn't it? I guess that was a long trip. God, I kind of want them myself.
It's hard to back the Wizards.
Oh, it's just what we call optional misery. I mean, I kind of want them though. Let's go into our final spot. Jose has arrived to the wedding that he is going to today. So that is all for him. Thank you, Jose, for all the hard work you did. I know we were moving very quickly today. So thank you. I got it from here, my man. Let's talk about our final NBA spot before we break down the NHL slate. Portland Trailblazers with Oklahoma City Thunder. Paycom Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Thunder are 16-1 at home. What a basketball team. At the injury report, no Williams, Jalen the center. Hartenstein is out. And then the Blazers are just a mess year after year. No Wesley, no Thibault, no Drew, no Scoot, no Grant, no Murray. Oh, actually, sorry. I take that back. Murray is questionable. Let's see if, it's not that Chris Murray's that big of a deal, but right quad contusion. We'll see if he can go. It's too bad. It's too bad. So, wow, Circus moved to Texas to -3.5. Wow. That's a huge move. So let's take a look at the situation here. The Thunder coming off of back-to-back wins after losing those 2 games to the Spurs, all at home. They beat Philadelphia, then they beat Atlanta. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights, but with no travel. The Blazers also playing their 3rd game in 4 nights. They beat Boston at home and then beat Dallas at home. And now they travel to OKC for New Year's. Line history-wise here, we have this total at 232.5. Opened up at 234, so we've dropped 1.5. And on the point spread here, we have this a -16 for OKC. Opened up -15, 1 point move towards OKC to -16. And cash flow-wise, we have 81% of tickets and 93% of the cash in Oklahoma City. 75% tickets on the under, 78% cash on the under. Any interest here, my man?
No, I don't want to step in front of the Thunder. And although recently it seemed like they're coming back into form as far as ATS wise, my Hawks just covered against them. But the Blazers beat this team once. But when you start talking about these type spreads, like it's a whole lot for me. I don't want to get involved in it. I don't want to start guessing, and then definitely can't be on no player props with this. So I don't have nothing official, but with this big number, honestly, I want to get to try the Trailblazers. Like, they've been scrappy. It's just 15. I don't know. Like, Thunder ain't been doing it like that lately. Like, they ain't covered this number against my Hawks. So, like, I don't know. I just 15 when I started gambling, my whole thing was when I see these big numbers, I was like, yeah, sign me up. Like, and it's hard for me not to go back to that, but for a team that's already beat this Thunder team once already and been scrappy ATS wise, like last that I was tracking, talking about the Trailblazers, they was 13-4, ATS as an underdog, and I'm like, damn, this 15. But one thing we know about the Thunder, like at any given time, they can hit that switch, and when they hit that switch, that 15 not going to be no good. So I didn't want to fight with it, and I definitely don't want to fight with it and stand in front of the Thunder. So I don't have nothing, but if you gave me $1,000, it would be Trailblazers.
Yeah, I feel similar. I imagine the game will end right around that number.
But you know what's been the gem, though? OKC third quarter is something that I've been betting a lot. Because for some reason, the first half, they've been struggling, like, as far as ATS-wise. Like, they've been fluctuating, being up. Like, the Hawks, it was close enough in halftime, and I can't remember what it was, but if you just look at their halftime scores, and this is like the Warriors of, what was it, last year or 2 years ago, where we just automatically bet the Warriors third quarter. This is the same exact thing. Like, OKC Thunder, it's always like 4.5 live. And they win by like 13.
Yeah, I think you're right. We know about Thunder. Anytime they're down at the half, you still have to pay a -7.5 or -8.5, live. But it made sense. Res Mob in the house says poised to move on Arizona State at halftime. No sham, we did cap it. Justin's on the over 239 in Timberwolves Hawks. Starting. Oh shit! Pacers money line. Let's move over there. I would still like to bet the Pacers here. See what we can get you for Pacers.
What time they come on?
Right now. You gotta make that bet now. It's plus 160 is the best we can get you.
Okay.
Shoot, I'm gonna have to move that on this right now. Justin, thank you so much. I know you want to get off and make that bet too. So let me pop your X handle here in the chat. It was so cool that you could jump on with us.
I got my other phone. I'm putting it in as we speak.
Okay, cool. Well, then maybe we can. Then actually, can you review your action because I want to get in
Yep.
on the Pacers here.
I'm gonna give it to you as soon as I write down. I just didn't know. I was waiting on the number I got for the Pacers.
Plus
You said 160.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I let that Cavs game go, but I don't want to let it go.
All right, I got 7 plays. I got Steph Curry over 4.5 threes at -112. I got the Warriors under 121.5 team total -115. I got Wemby 26 plus points plus 100. That's stacks play day number 1. Spurs Knicks over 236 and a half -113. I got the Timberwolves over 239 -110. I got stacks play day number 2, Jamal Murray 30 plus points plus 110, and the Pacers money line plus 160.
You are in business here. I just got the Pacers +5. I'm going to put that out on X. Rod's Wax saying bet against Portland when they allow 126 or more points in the game. Portland record since 2025 season 4-21 against the spread.
He says, what is the record against the spread?
4-21 against the spread.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll keep me on.
And then
Shout out Rod.
I want the Cavs. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is.
You still want the Cavs?
Yeah,
I can't do it.
I'll do this here. Let's get this at 6. Give me the 6.
Maybe I'll try to live bet that game. I don't know.
All right.
And I told you before, my sister has season tickets for the Cavs.
That's dope.
And I'm like a little under 3 hours away. And it's worth it, but I need to go there and bet enough that I could pay for my trip. Because I'm not a Cavs fan. I do like Donovan Mitchell, though. I liked him back in Utah, so. And I liked him in Louisville.
All right.
But
the Pacers.
3-hour trip in the winter for Cavs? Nah, it ain't worth it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Nah, it ain't worth it.
All right, I'm in business. Justin, thank you so much, man. We were a bit of a mess today, and you made everything work beautifully.
Now, you don't always tell you, put me in the game, coach.
Oh, it's great, man.
You get late minute scratch. I'm always around. That's the thing. I don't punch no clock. So this is my job. I'm always trying to learn. I'm always trying to win. I'm always trying to get better.
Oh, we feel that, man. You make us so much stronger, and we love it, man. And yeah, Rod bet that -14.5 at plus 250 here. Put Justin's X handle here in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Justin Mcelvy. What a beast. Thank you for all that you do for us, man. Have a wonderful New Year's. Have a great end to 2025. Great start to 2026. Congratulations on the new granddaughter, man.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful news. And just keep leading by example, man, like you do. Respect and love. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
No, let's have a day. Thanks for having me.
Respect. There he is. Our guy, Justin Mcelvy, in the house. Okay, well, I've got to add here to these 2 spots here. So let me just put these out on X, and then we'll go through the rest of the NHL card, and we'll put a bow on 2025. Let's get these out here, and let's see. Okay, and we are very close, so that's sent out. Thank you guys for rocking with us, man. We did start a little early so that we could get to those college basketball games, man. Should have taken those first 4 all first half. To go 2-2 when I felt like that read was on. That hurts. That hurts. And so the 5 for the Pacers. and the 6 for the Hawks. Let's get this out here. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry for the delay. Just got to get this action out. And Cavs -6. Minus. All right. And we are in business. Okay, let's talk hockey. Let's talk hockey, man. Now that NFL is over, the regular season at least, and the amount of difficulty it is for the prep and all that, I will be hammering NHL much harder. The Predators Vegas game is about to start now. I think we can just kind of let that one go, unfortunately. Let's see if it's started up here. 5-3 Capitals Rangers here. And yes, we're 2 minutes in to Predators Knights. It's not like the lines have changed that much, but we can just move past it. King Al says, what's your best NBA game? Huh. I like. Let me just check one thing here, and then I'll tell you for sure. I do. The problem is the Spurs are public, but I think the Spurs are the spot. And I still haven't even bet them yet. I should put it out with that action, but let me just take one last look at this Cavs, because the Cavs game is becoming more and more appealing here. If the public is, it's 52-50 with Phoenix, so it's not that much on Phoenix. And we have Phoenix being on the road. Phoenix been playing bums too on the road. They had to play the Pelicans, fly back-to-back nights. On their day off, they fly to Washington. They play Washington. On their day off, they fly to Cleveland. Now they have Cleveland on New Year's Eve. I really like the Cleveland Cavaliers, but I think the Spurs at that low point is probably the best bet. And there's a reason why the odds logic tickets are more surrounding them. Urban Pope wanted to bet the Cavs, but if Rod says it's Cavs, I like the Cavs spot as well. All right, let's move on to ice hockey, man, and put a bow on the proceedings. Next up, we have the Tampa Bay Lightning at the Anaheim Ducks. Let's go over the line history and the cash flow and see what moves we are going to make. By the way, Golden State rolling offensively, so it's not the kind of start that I was hoping for today. Wow. Stepping up here. I guess they're excited to go home, man. We have the Tampa Bay Lightning at -155. The Ducks have been falling apart. It's been wild to watch them fall apart. This has been one-way traffic. Actually, it wasn't all one-way traffic. There was some buyback on the Ducks at one point. The Lightning are now -155. They opened up at -135. So we've had a 20-cent move towards the Tampa Bay Lightning. I'm going to have to pull up the starting goalies as well as the line combinations once again. So the goalies are confirmed here for Tampa Bay. Oh, they're not confirmed yet. I don't know why they wouldn't be. This game starts in an hour. But Vasilevsky versus Lucas Dostal. Dostal isn't quite having the season that we expect. He was until he got hurt. He hasn't bounced back in very good form. Vasilevsky's playing very well. 14-7-2, 2.30 goals against average, 0.913 save percentage. Let's get into the injury report. We know that the Lightning have been somehow handling all of these injuries with such I was taking a bath dealing with the fading the Lightning when they were down 3 of their top 4 defensemen, and somehow they just continued to deliver. And I wouldn't stop, because I've always said that that's exactly the best angle, in sports handicapping, when a team's missing 2 of their top 4 defensemen to fade it. It's a very simple angle. The Anaheim Ducks, they have Radko Gudas sick, their captain. Frank Vetrano also day-to-day with an upper body injury. 2 important pieces of the puzzle. The Tampa Bay Lightning here have, as we know, don't have Hedman until February 1st. Still playing without McDonough, but they are also getting healthier here. Action Jackson liking the Ducks. Rod Swag says, bet on Anaheim in home games on the money line off of a home loss. Anaheim record in the 2025 season, 13-4. Urban Pope says, being a Lightning fan is such a Jekyll and Hyde. And Urban Pope is on the Ducks at plus 130. So let's pull up the situation. Res Mob, thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Let's pull up the situation here for these Ducks. Just a few games left in NHL here before we put a bow on our final show of 2025. We'll see you guys again on Friday. Lightning just rolling. 4 straight wins. They've scored at least 4 goals in each game. They've scored 19 goals in their last 4 games. Doing this all without Hedman is unbelievable. And the Ducks seemingly in a free fall. No, you lose to Seattle 3-1. Seattle's roster is so bad that I couldn't even fade them against the Canucks. All right, sorry, I couldn't even fade the Canucks against them. The Seattle's roster is so bad. The Kings then beat them 6-1 in LA. You think there's going to be a bounce back, and they lose 5-4 to the Sharks. I can't bet the Ducks here, and I don't want to sell them low. So I guess I can't do anything here. I mean, the Lightning are 11-4-3 on the road, handling all these injuries, delivering and delivering and delivering. It's just, I guess it's a spot that I'm going to have to stay off. Let's take a look at what's going on with the total in this game. There's another thing. I can't trust Dostal. I don't know what the hell. I can't put my finger on the pulse of what's happening in Anaheim. I guess the over probably is live here. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Wild, Lightning, Avs, Stars, Oilers, Jackets, parlay. Let's talk about the next spot on the board here. That is Minnesota Wild, San Jose Sharks. We're at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Sharks 19-17-3. Now, how do I not cash their season win total over 70.5 points? I mean, that's going to cash for sure. Sorry, my son's sickness is starting to get me again. The Wild 24-10-6, 11-6-1 on the road. Let's take a look first at the goalie situation. Jesper Wallstedt is not confirmed, but we expect him to be between the pipes. Yaroslav Ask About Me on the other side. Ask About Me. At times, he looks like he's stepping up here. You know, at times. This is going to be a tough matchup against the Wild. 9-1-1 their last 11 games. I really have high hopes for Askarov. I think there's some character issues. There has to be, and that's why he was ditched by Trotzy in Nashville after being the 12th overall pick. We have Wallstedt 11-2-2 with a 2.16 goals against average and a 0.930 save percentage. He's just playing at such an elite level. Urban Pope, yes, whiskey will cure that, but I've not been moving at all. Like I've just been sitting and working. I prepping for Bankroll Blitz. This is not the healthiest. I feel like I got to at least figure out a way to sweat something out without just gambling action. We have a total of 6.5 to minus 115 to the under. This opened up minus 125 to the under. We've had 10 cents of movement towards the over. Vegas has already scored 1-0. Vegas, 5 minutes into that one. From a money line standpoint, we have no movement. Minnesota minus 171 and no movement at all. Let's pull up the injury report for both squads. We'll start with San Jose, who've been dealing with a ton of injuries all year long. Will Smith is the one that hurts the most, man. That guy's an absolute beast. They don't have Desharnais, who is size. Mook Magdulin is a quality defenseman. Gaudette has been out for a while. Liljegren's been out. And then they lose Kurashev. I mean, this is they seem to be playing more than the sum of their parts consistently, but this is a beaten up, battered Sharks team. And Minnesota's just rolling. They're just rolling. I don't know how now the issue for them for a long time was they were not healthy, and now they're healthy. They've won the first 2 games of this road trip. They beat Winnipeg 4-3 in overtime. Then they took out Vegas 5-2. And the Sharks are coming back from a long trip. That's generally not where you want to back them. And, Wild did have their hiccups. They're losing 5-1 at home to Colorado, then losing in overtime at home to Nashville. Then they beat Winnipeg, which despite Winnipeg's poor record, that's still a tough place to win hockey games. And then they beat Vegas on Monday. They're going to be in California for a little while here because they play Anaheim next, and they have back-to-back games in Los Angeles. Honestly, I'm a little uncomfortable that this line is not moving. But that would be the extent of my discomfort. I mean, the Sharks are a really good young hockey team, but how do you deal with all of these injuries? You really can't. And yet they've been dealing with them with aplomb. They've been home for a little while. That road trip, Vegas, they came home for Christmas. Then they went up to Vancouver, beat them 6-3, then beat the Ducks 5-4. Askarov's been starting all these games. I do believe he's better than Needles. But I don't see how we don't bet Minnesota. I don't see how we don't take them on the -1 line. I mean, do you want to back a hockey team after they beat up the Knights in Vegas? Probably not. Do you want to back a team where, clearly there's got to be a public spot. Who in their right mind is going to be fading Minnesota? Let's take a look at the cash flow out of curiosity. Only 60% of tickets and 58% of cash on Minnesota is surprising. When things feel too easy, it makes me uncomfortable. Frank, Virginia, saying Sharks trying to prove themselves this year. Look, I love it. It's Askarov. He's confirmed, Urban Pope. And he's better than Nedeljkovic. Frank, Virginia said this. I saying Sharks. I mean, at this point, I'm not entirely sure how Minnesota isn't similar to the Ducks. Similar to the Avalanche. If you can get Minnesota every single game on the -1 line, with a VIG around -110, I don't see why that shouldn't be placed. I mean, remember when Quinn Hughes first came back, they were dealing with so many injuries. Now, Danila Yurov centering Kaprizov and Zuccarello is not exactly what they would want. Rossi was the perfect fit, but how are you going to Quinn Hughes? You got to give something to get something. This team is set. Like, this is going to be a very good hockey team. Now, are they as good as Colorado? Probably not. Hughes, Faber, Spurgeon, Brodin, Middleton, Bogosian. That's the best defensive group in the National Hockey League. Christopher Ing, it is wonderful to see you. Happy New Year to you, my friend. And horse racing streams are on the horizon, my friend. Definitely on the horizon. And wonderful to see you. Happy New Year to you, my friend. And thank you for hanging, man. I know it was a tough year, Christopher. And you somehow seem to shine through all of it. And, clearly that was your connection with your mom as well. And your mom would shine through all of the difficulties that life would put in her way. And you do that for us, Christopher. And you just shine. And this, especially when you're gambling and all this stuff, the stress and the weight can affect you. But having cappers like you, Christopher, that bring so much light and positivity, we are the lucky ones. You've been very special to us. And we're just getting started, Christopher. We got to get you down to Pubapalooza, man. Get you down with the fam at Pubapalooza. If not this year, next year. Much love, man. Frank, Virginia, Sharks, Lightning, Blue Jackets, parlay. I mean, the only concern would be the Wild feels too easy. Urban Pope says, I like backing Askarov. Haven't looked at the game. Been blind betting Wild. Definitely a pass. Going to take a break from NHL. I don't know how the Wild aren't bet here, honestly. I don't know how they're not bet. San Jose's playing very good hockey, but these injuries got to hurt them. Nice job, Justin. Nice job, man. Nice job cashing the 3-pointers. The Warriors just shouldn't be messed with. That is that over? Do we have a chance? It's still hitting the we have a chance of still hitting. Who's got the ball? That 7.5 would help very much take a lot of the pain away. Oh, yeah, Christopher. Yeah, that was special, man. Yeah, sorry about that, Nate. That was, we were not helpful. We were not helpful, my friend. Sorry about that. Oh, Colgate still right there. Okay, we got lots of action left. But let's roll on to the next spot on the board for us. Winnipeg Jets 15-18-4, 7-10-2 on the road. The Detroit Red Wings 23-14-3, 13-7-1 at home. Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. I would expect. I hope so, Christopher, my man. I hope so, buddy. But we will have a thoroughbred stream coming up in a little while, man. Jets Red Wings. I would expect the Winnipeg Jets to be sitting here 23-14-3. Not the Detroit Red Wings. It's absolutely... there's that 3 I needed. But now we're going to play that fouling game. There's that 3 from LaMelo. That's going to... this should be fine, right? Well, we'll see. We'll go back in this. So let's roll here. Jets, Red Wings. Let's start with the goalies. Talk about the injuries and go from there. The Jets at this point, at what point do you just, should you just say, okay, look, I was wrong about a hockey team and just let go? Connor Hellebuck going up against John Gibson. I mean, look at my perceived advantage. Now, Hellebuck's not having the year that we're used to. We saw what they did without Hellebuck. They went 3-8-1 without Hellebuck in the lineup. But it hasn't changed here. He's been back for 7 games. In the 7 games he's been back, he has an .893 save percentage. We know he is better than that here. But it seems like the market's a little late letting go of who the Winnipeg Jets seem to be. John Gibson here is 12-8-1, 3.06 goals against average, .891 save percentage. And in his last 7 games, he's been very good. 2.04 goals against average, .932 save percentage, 6-1-0. These guys have been going up against each other for a long time. 2-0 Vegas now. Let's take a look at the line history. There's been a huge move to the Jets. I mean, massive. Plus 115 to minus 112, dog the favorite. God. I mean, that's a pretty appealing giant move towards the Jets. We have a total at 6. Initially, it was minus 120 to the over. Now it's minus 110 to the over. So the under is taking 10 cents of movement. Rod Zwacky says, look how much Ehlers has meant to the Jets. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that's the way of putting a finger on it. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the fact that they're playing at this poor of a level is astonishing to me. Let's just take a look at the lineup right now for the Winnipeg Jets and decide whether a move should be made. We also got to go over what's happened of late and the rest situation. But what the hell is wrong with this hockey team? It just doesn't make sense to me that they would be playing at such a poor level and for so long. You have Scheifele with Velarde and Connor. Now Gabe is not taking the next step. Scheifele's played himself off of the Canadian Olympic team. Maybe the problem is you have Taves as your second line center with Perfetti and Iafallo. Lowry, Morgan, Barron, and Tanner Pearson. You'd think that'd be one of the best third lines in hockey. Nyquist, Nemesnikov, Niederreiter. You'd say, well, that's got to be the best fourth line of hockey. What the hell is wrong with them? It really doesn't make sense to me. So, okay, there we go. We cash the 7.5 on the Hornets. Thank God. They lose by 7. Ugh. We'll take it and move on. Let's talk about the rest situation here right now, because that is important. I want to back the Jets, but I'd also kind of want to back this under 6. I still equate the Jets winning hockey games 2 unders. The Jets are just losing and losing and losing, and all these games are going under unless they go to overtime. I mean, can you believe the Jets have gone from dog to favorite? A Jets team that's lost 6 straight hockey games? This is also the first of a back-to-back. They play at Toronto. I mean, they're not partying tonight. It's just a horrible spot. But at least they have Hellebuck in net. So they're not going to have him in net against the Leafs. Maybe they don't need him against the Leafs. I mean, why would I want to catch a falling knife just because they've gone from dog to favorite? Is the market going to be? Both teams are on the second, are on back-to-backs. Detroit has it worse. They have to fly to Pittsburgh. I guess it's not worse. I guess it's just the same. Urban Pope says might have to follow the market on this one. Look, I get it. I just don't see why I'm not going to follow the market. Yes, the Jets probably, because they've gone from dog to favorite, take care of business. But I'm not in the business of catching falling knives. Oh, shoot, I haven't set up the... So that was the Jets game. That was this one. Sorry about not having enough. Let's move on to our next spot on the board. New Jersey Devils, 2017-2, 10-10-0 on the road at the Columbus Blue Jackets, 17-15-6, 8-6-3 at home. We're at Nationwide Arena, Columbus, Ohio. Take a look at the line history here to get us started for Columbus Devils. We have a 6. It's minus 115 to the under. Let's open up minus 101 to the under. The under's taking 14 cents of movement. Let's talk about the money line. From a money line standpoint, we have Columbus minus 123. They opened up at minus 114, now minus 123. The Devils' point total under this year that I bet it's as good as cashing, man. This team is an absolute mess. They've been dealing with injuries all year long, and some teams have the character to kind of get through them. Here we have Hughes back, but now Dougie Hamilton dealing with a hand injury. They're already without Nemec too. Zach McEwen is out. Dodonov has been out for a long time. See if they expect Dougie Hamilton in here. Yeah, we don't know if he will be back. Cholowski will replace him. There was a time when the Red Wings picked Cholowski in the first round. I thought he was going to be a beast. Great job, Rez. Great job, my man. So what the hell is going on with the Devils? What is their why wouldn't they be able to step up now that at least Hughes is back? Let's take a look at this lineup here for the New Jersey Devils. Look, I like seeing them lose, knowing I'll catch that spot. But Hischier, Timo Meyer's back as well. Hischier, Meyer, Mercer, Jesper Bratt, Hughes, Palat. So now they have their top two lines rolling. Dougie Hamilton expected to play at all these sites here. And then how many games? Let's go over the rest situation and then discuss how many games Hughes has been back for and how good he's looked. First off, the Devils have lost 4 straight games, playing ugly hockey. To back up what Frank is saying, the Devils have scored 5 goals in their last 4 games. And they're just not scoring at all. And the Jackets are starting to put together wins. Chinnikov was, I guess, an issue in the locker room. But the Devils coming off a 4-0 loss at Toronto last night. They outshot Toronto 33-30. It was just that Wool stepped up in such a big way. Okay, thanks. I'm just about to finish the show. I love the Christmas pajamas. You want to say hi quick here? Say a quick hi. Okay. Say good luck, Cappers.
Good luck, Cappers and Gamblers.
Okay.
Wait, no one's there.
No, there's lots of people there. You just can't see them.
Oh.
It's just because I'm on the show alone. It's just me on screen. Okay, I gotta get back to work. Okay. See you, sweetheart. Can you close the door, please? All right. So, and Nashville's made it 2-1. The Devils coming off getting shut out here, you have to think that they're going to show some effort and some heart against the Blue Jackets. And if you don't want to trust them full game, you have to at least like them early. I mean, this is, or like them completely and totally. This is the 3rd game in 4 nights for the Blue Jackets. Yeah, they're on a 3-game winning streak. The Devils should be bet here. That's what should happen. The Devils should be bet here. I mean, yes, the line is moving. Well, let's just see. The second half of a back-to-back. So we're going to have Jake Allen tonight. Jake Allen versus Jet Greaves. Let's take a look at what Allen's done. 10-8-1, 2.54 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage, 1 shutout. I think Jet Greaves is the better goaltender. Look, I do not like the Devils, but I think they have to be bet here. After getting shut out, I think they should be bet first period and full game. Yes, the line's moving against us. Let's see cash flow. Cash flow, I think, will be interesting here. Cash flow, we have 66% of tickets and 92% of the cash. 92% of cash on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Now, it has moved 17 cents. I guess the only other thing you could Wallstedt is confirmed for Minnesota. I think that you just have to move on him here after being shut out. You have to move on the first period and full game. To get embarrassed like that in Toronto. Also, it's third game in 4 nights for the Jackets with constant travel. I'm going to do it. Let's move on. Next up for us, we have the Buffalo Sabres, 2014-4, 8-9-2 on the road. Dallas Stars, 25-7-7, 12-5-2 at home. Philly Eagle Flyer on the first period and full game draws there. Let's get into this spot here. So we'll start off with the starting goalies here for the Sabres game. We have Casey DeSmith here for the Stars. DeSmith has been playing a lot, man, and he's been playing well. I mean, he's certainly not the best goaltender. You think Alba Ottinger has been sort of a mess. Luokkanen is expected to be on the other side. Let's grab the rest situation here for this one. We have, God, imagine Dallas sitting at 25-7-7 is fucking insane. Okay, we have the Sabres winning and winning and winning and winning. Who wants to get in the way of the Buffalo Sabres, man? When was the last time they lost? It doesn't matter who's in net. They've won 9 straight games. Doesn't matter who they play. Now they go into Dallas against Casey DeSmith. Why wouldn't the train just keep rolling? They get a break after this too. I mean, they're just, you have the Stars off of 2 straight losses, losing to the Blackhawks at home. I mean, God, you got to think that this is where the Sabres fall, like Philly Eagle Flyer is saying. You got to think this is it. Stars off of 2 straight losses. Everybody knows the Sabres have won 9 straight. It's not like they don't know. Let's take a look at this injury report. We have, it's gotten cleaner for Dallas. I mean, now it's just Sagan who's out for the season and Liam Bichel. And for Buffalo here, they've handled all these injuries. It's all forwards except for Timmins. I mean, it's Kulik, Danforth, Zucker, and Kozak out. And now, Alex Lyon hurt, and he's been pretty strong this year. Now, how expensive is it? Again, want to catch a falling knife. How expensive is it going to be to catch the falling knife? Let's see. The line's moving towards Buffalo, as it should be. They've gone from plus 153 to plus 132. You could say, well, that's just cappers who keep winning on them. Look, this is where it ends. New Year's Eve, Stars off of a loss, an embarrassing one in overtime to the Blackhawks. Stars -1. Take a stand. I'm going to take a stand. It ends here. Let's move on. Next up for us, we have the St. Louis Blues, 15-17-8, 7-8-3 on the road. The Colorado Avalanche, 29-2-7. Can you believe this hockey team has played 38 games and only lost twice in regulation? That's it, just twice. Crazy. Absolutely unbelievable. Frank Virginia backing Buffalo. I get it. Man, bear, pig. Love it. Look, I totally get it. But I do think, Frank, that everybody who's been getting paid with them each week is just betting them without, blindly. And I'll go up against that action. We're all waiting for the Blues to start turning it around like they seemingly do every single year. Maybe this isn't the place to do it in Colorado. Mackenzie Blackwood and Jordan Binnington, both here. Now, the Oilers could have picked up Binnington for nothing. They didn't want to. Now, he has been announced as a goalie on Team Canada for the Winter Olympics, so that should give him some peace of mind because he's got a 3.44 goals against average, 870 save percentage. Certainly hasn't played himself on, but he looked great in the Four Nations. You have Blackwood here on the other side. He did not. I mean, can you believe that? Look at these two goalies and which one's on Team Canada. It's Binnington because of what he did Four Nations. Blackwood's 12-1-1 with a 2.15 goals against average and 923 save percentage. I mean, he's much the better goaltender. Nobody can get in the way of the Avalanche. It's just they're too expensive. Philly Eagle Flower and Avs every period team total over 1.5, and on puck line and team total over 3.5, and Blues no goal in the first period. It's just too expensive. Colorado's -3. No, I mean the Avalanche -350. I mean, on New Year's Eve, it just I can't do it, man. It's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. Let's take a look at the total here for this one and then move on. 2 games left here on the board. We have a 6. It's -113 to the over. It opened up -115 to the over. Very little movement. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Let's move past the Blues Avalanche. I mean, how much would the puck line cost? Let's see. The puck line for the St. Louis Blues, for the Colorado Avalanche, -125. It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. They're a pretty healthy team. They're just missing LOC. I mean, I'm just not really in the business of, and maybe Binnington has something to prove now. Look, I can't do it. Saturate says Hawks smacking the T-Wolves around. That was the move to make here. All right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. We have the Philadelphia Flyers, 20-11-7, 9-6-3 on the road. Calgary Flames, 17-18-4, 11-5-2 at home at Scotiabank Saddledome. Let's take a look at the line history here on the money line. We have Calgary at -135. They opened up at -138. There's basically been no movement. We all know what the Flyers did last night in Vancouver. This total here is a 5.5, -120 to the over. Opened up -115 to the over. 5-cent move towards the over. Let's take a look at the injury report for both squads. Calgary's been missing Pospisil all year. Missing Jake Bean. Not much to be concerned about for that injury report. And Philadelphia is playing good hockey, just rolling. The Flyers, Forster's out for the season, but everything else status quo. Let's take a look at the line history. Oh, we just did that. Let's take a look at the starting goalies and the injury report. We have confirmed starting goalies here. It's Dustin Wolf. No, we don't have confirmed, but it's going to be Urson, who's not been good. He's not been good at all. I don't know. He's certainly not the best goalie in a Flyers uniform. 6-4-4, 2.96 goals against average is more predicated on the accountability of the players in front of him. He's got an 872 save percentage. That's who he really is. I don't know why Wolf hasn't been very good, but he's starting to play better. Last 4 games, 2.45 goals against average, 916 save percentage. I expect him to be better. I expect him to be a top goaltender. 10-3 Michigan, says Coin. Probably should have moved on that. So we know what the Flames did last night. The Flyers did last night. Putting up 6 goals in Vancouver. You think that this would be the spot to back Calgary. I just don't ever want to back Calgary. Ever. And I don't care how tired Philadelphia is, but situationally, it must be the spot to do it. It's their Flyers' 3rd game in 4 nights with constant travel. Now, how do you not fade them here? You have the Calgary Flames sitting comfortably at home, playing their best hockey of the year. I hate to say it, but it's got to be those damn Flames. It's just got to be. Ugh. Makes me sick. I've got to bet the Flames. Hate that hockey team. But I got to bet them. All right, let's talk about our final spot here on the board. The final game we're capping here of 2025. Thank you guys so much for rolling with us. We got Boston Bruins 20-18-2, 8-10-1 on the road. The Edmonton Oilers 20-14-6, 10-3-3 at home. Rogers Place in Edmonton, Alberta. Let's take a look at the situation here. When are the Oilers going to be a wagon? Are the Oilers ever going to be a wagon? Let's go and attack here. They're getting expensive once again. They have won 3 of their last 4. They're coming back home here. The Bruins have been on the road for a while, coming off the 2-1 overtime loss at Calgary. They're losing and losing and losing hockey games. They're playing like the team that we expected them to be. The funny thing is about this free fall is that their injury report cleans up and then they start losing. I mean, it doesn't make sense. They handled Pasta being out. They handled McAvoy being out. They handled all of it. And now Yoki Haru and Tanner Janot are out and they're falling apart. It doesn't make any sense. I'd like to see it. For the Oilers, they're getting healthier and healthier and healthier. Why wouldn't they just, 3-2 Nashville first period. What a high-scoring game. Let's take a look at this line history here. We have the total at 6.5, juiced to the over at -119. If the Bruins want to play a high-scoring hockey game, they're going to get annihilated. The Oilers have actually been playing lower-scoring hockey. It's hard for me to believe that will continue, but the Bruins got to park the bus or they're going to get destroyed. Let's get to the money line here for this one. Money line, we have the Oilers -180. Those lines move towards the Bruins. I don't really care. I don't care. They're less than the sum of their parts right now. Take a look at this goaltending situation here for the Oil. Connor Ingram going to be between the pipes. Connor Ingram trying to get his career back, and this is a great place for it to happen. Swayman on the other side. I don't see the Bruins got to play the tightest hockey here if they want to stop this losing streak, which would lead you towards the under 6.5. But I'm hesitant to bet it. But these goalies are both playing better. Ingram standing on his head, and Swayman is not right now. Last 10 games, 3.14 goals against average, 870 save percentage. I think you just got to trust this losing streak for the Bruins and back the Oilers on the -1 line, despite this move towards the Bruins. Which is what I plan to do. Keep Connor Ingram stay hot. Hopefully Swayman will fall off. I think that's got to be the plan. Let's break down all action here on the card. Let's take a quick look at what's going on live here. Colgate up 1 on Lafayette. Need them to get 54-33 Hawks. That's wild. Pacers in that game. Cavaliers up 4. All of this looking possible. I need the Colgate Lafayette. I need Colgate to missed a free throw. Come on. I need Colgate here. Virginia Tech playing Virginia tough. I love to see that. I probably should have been on it in the rivalry game. We have Elon trying to battle back in this basketball game. They got down so heavy, and Old Dominion just looked terrible. That was a terrible, terrible spot. Oldie says, what a year. By far my best year from an ROI standpoint. I love hearing that. This Colgate Lafayette's going to go down to the very final spot here. And then the Monmouth Campbell game. Did that go my way? No, it didn't. Fuck. All right. Such a glorious start to college basketball. Respect, Old E, my man. Kongs Klips, love it, man. All you guys, all the support, all the love, man. It means so much. It's such a battle that we face each and every day. I've got to get this 4 p.m. action in. Let's do a quick review of all action here. Spooner on Monmouth, Virginia Tech. That was a great battle, Virginia. Furman, New Orleans, West Carolina, NJIT first half. We have Diego Pavia under 225 passing yards here for Wine Time Sports. He's on Duke -3, Miami +10. Justin McKelvey, Stacks Play Day number 1 is Victor Wembanyama, 26+, and Murray 30+. The Goracle gave us Iowa money line. Great job, Goracle. Finland money line. He's also on the Hurricanes money line, Slovakia USA money line parlay, Texas Duke money line parlay. And Kong says touchdown Duke. We're a half point away from our over in the first half. I love it. And for our night games here left to go, we have Daby Cab on Miami, Kongs Klips on Miami, Kong also on the under 41.5 in the Miami team, total under 16.5. 4 games that haven't kicked off yet. I'm going to move on to Spurs. I'm interested in the Raptors as well. The only spots there. We have Stacks play day number 2, as I said, Jamal Murray there. He's also on the over 236.5 in the Spurs game. And then we just capped NHL. I guess it seems like we have so much more action, but it's all in play right now, man. Well, there you have it. It's great to be back in business with you guys, man. San Francisco 49ers saying Miami getting shut out tonight. Book it. 49er, I am interested in Ohio State. Just because all we've seen is one-way action with Miami, but I want to study it a little bit longer before I do it. I want to study it longer. I just think that if anybody's paying too much attention to that Indiana game, that was set up for Ohio State to lose. In saying that, it might be better to bet live. Cavs up 18-8. I would get more excited about it, but a long way to go, Fernando, but I love it. Fernando Mendoza, Man, Bear, Pig, Kongs Klips, San Francisco 49er, top set. Elio, my man. Love you guys. Aaron Gaza, Urban Pope, Kongs Klips, Kripke, Old E, Real Love, Nasty Nate, Saturated. Thank you guys so much. Philly Eagle Flyer, Res Mob Steady Mob in Frank, Virginia, Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian. Thank you guys so much. Christopher Ing, great having you in the chat. Rod Zawacki, great rocking with you. Another year is about to commence. And Ken, thank you. Will Rondo, my man. I'm just so thankful. I've got direction because of you guys. I got direction. And I'm just really thankful for it all, man. I'm thankful. I'm going to be hanging out with the fam, gambling heavy. And then we're back in business here. We're back in business on Friday. This is exactly where I want to be. This year, next year, the year after that, and the year after that. Goracle, thank you, my friend. Says, let's own 2026. I just love it, man. There's nothing more that I can say is that I'm inspired by working with you guys each and every day, and the work is all I want to do. Now, the lack of sleep and not moving enough, probably not the best thing for me. But good God, am I thankful to be here with you guys each and every day. And I promise I'm going to work my ass off. We all are, because we all have a plan and a goal. And my kids are 8 and 4. So when they're, 18 and 22, I'll be in Vegas 6 months a year. And I hope many of you guys are by my side. And I hope our unit size has climbed to the point where it's real and legitimate and professional. So we've got a long time to build our bankroll up to that level. We have goals. Let's go attain them. Let's go get that cash. Jose Bouquet, I hope you're having a great time at the wedding, my friend. And to all of you, thank you. Thank you. And great call here for Wine Time. Wine Time just about to have a baby, which is so exciting. Urban Pope, thank you for the kind words, all of you guys. So exciting. Emmy. We have a little Emmy on the way here. And Resmob says, Father, life is a great life. Have a wonderful New Year's Eve, you guys. Finish off 2025 strong. Let's get that cash in 2026. I'll never stop being thankful. That I get the opportunity to rock with you guys each and every day. Thank you to Jeff Slaughter and Pub Sports Radio for the opportunity. Now, let's go get that money. Money, money, money. Must be sunny. Let's go get that cash.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From
Yeah.
down south,
Yo,
we ride
yo.
down.
Sports radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the beta, homie, moose money bets. From books to west, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Raccoon. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Briz. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Babino. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.